Chapter 28:13. So what if you're a martial immortal? Haha, I thought you were going to say something. So it's just bullshit. Have you figured it out? I am a martial immortal. My lifespan is 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times longer than yours. Are you a match for me? Fine. If you choose to be captured by me, then you'll have to suffer a lot. After being stunned for a moment, the old man started laughing arrogantly. Lin Ling is only an exceptional talent. He is actually so arrogant. He simply doesn't know the difference between life and death. Martial immortal, have you heard of it? A cold voice came out from the old man's mouth again. His body disappeared and a huge palm grab towards Lin Ling's surging realm energy exploded, causing the entire palace to sway. What terrifying strength! Those exceptional talents were all frightened. What they saw was not a palm but a universe. This is the powerful universe power. Let's attack. That old bastard clearly wants to kill Lin Ling. If Lin Ling dies, we won't be able to explain it to that person. Yeah, I won't be able to explain it to old Qi either. Luo Riyao and the others all prepared to attack. However, a mysterious power suddenly appeared. It was as if invisible ropes were binding their bodies, causing them to be unable to move. What's going on? Could it be the Lord Left Minister? No, it's the third prince. After being shocked, Luo Riyao and the others suddenly guessed something. The third prince did not allow them to attack. Perhaps, the third prince did not want to completely break off relations with the Left Minister's residence. Thus, he allowed them to capture Lin Ling. Damn it. After realizing this, Luo Riyao and the others were furious. Lin Ling had created such a meritorious service, yet he was treated like this in the end? Hee, stinking brat, it's time to die. On the other side, the Azure Dragon King was clearly incomparably happy. He was looking forward to the next scene. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven shook his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Compared to their indifference, Chen Nan and the others shouted loudly. They wanted to rush out and help Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they were sent flying by the old man's universe power. At this moment, Lin Ling clearly had no one to help him. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, they saw that Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. Even though he knew that he was no match for his opponent, he still erupted with all his strength. He turned the 10,000 swords into a giant sword and held it in Lin Ling's hand. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Heh, puny little true god realm, I can obliterate you with one finger. That old man did not even put Lin Ling in his eyes. His huge palm mixed with billowing killing intent had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was as calm as ever, as cold as a knife. Flames appeared around his body, and the demonic flame transformation also burst forth, causing the huge sword in his hand to emit billowing flames. In the end, he drew his sword. That sword seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. However, the old man did not care about it at all. He even wanted to crush Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. However, the reality was beyond imagination. That sword was overbearing, majestic, and sharp. It was mixed with the realm essence that surpassed the true god realm, and it also carried the ultimate martial path and enormous talent. Boom! With a single sword strike, the palm was split into two. The old man's eyes widened. What was going on? Martial immortal realm, so what? However, he heard a contemptuous voice. It was very cold. It was Lin Ling's voice. Then the sword smashed down again. That's right, it smashed. That was because the realm essence was too powerful. Boom! With this smash, the old man was directly smashed into pieces. The entire palace also shattered, revealing the clear sky. A ray of sunlight shone down, but it caused the broken palace to become deathly silent. Martial immortal realm, so what? This sentence floated in everyone's mind. Lin Ling, he actually killed a martial immortal realm expert? Put on. The four magnates felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Their breaths were like broken bellows, making rumbling sounds. Lin Ling was merely an exceptional talent. Even if he was the strongest exceptional talent, it was impossible for him to kill a martial immortal realm senior. Was this all a dream? In fact, Even the Lord Left Minister's pupils contracted. Moreover, he was staring at Lin Ling's sword as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling was not afraid. It turned out that his servant had gone to capture Lin Ling. That was because his servant was courting death. All right, let's forget about this matter. Right at that moment, the third prince of the proud sons of the Lord Left Minister spoke. This caused the eyes of the people from the Left Minister's residence to narrow. Let it go just like that? Lord Left Minister, don't you think so? The minister of the left narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered what the third prince had said. He and the third prince could not be bothered with such a small matter. If the minister of the left's page boy could catch Lin Ling, it would be the minister of the left's family's ability. What he meant was that if the Lord Left Minister did not do anything, the third prince would not do anything either. If the Lord Left Minister did, the third prince would accompany him. Go back. After thinking through this, the Lord Left Minister said coldly. The third prince's words meant that the imperial court would not abandon Lin Ling. If he really wanted to fight, the imperial court would accompany him. The people from the Left Minister's residence were still in disbelief. However, when they saw that the Lord Left Minister had already turned around and left, they could only follow him. Of course, they all turned around to look at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with shock. As for the Blue Flame Army and the Imperial Court's people, they frowned and left in the end. However, they were still shocked that Lin Ling could kill a martial immortal. Wasn't this Lin Ling the strongest first generation? Wasn't this Lin Ling a passerby? How did he grow to such a level unknowingly? Lin Ling, you're very powerful. I look forward to seeing you surpass me. When everyone left, the 81st prince walked up to Lin Ling and said calmly to Lin Ling. In fact, he was also shocked by Lin Ling's strength. Compared to the 9th level, Lin Ling's strength had increased again. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and ignored him. The 81st prince smiled and said, I lost to you at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, you should know that in terms of strength, you're no match for me. I'm also the person you'll surpass in your life. He was one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Naturally, he had the right to say that. That's what I thought at first. Later, I suddenly realized that the person I want to surpass is not you, but someone else. After Lin Ling sheathed his sword, he smiled and said, The 81st prince did not believe him. He smiled and said, Who is that person? He thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying because surpassing the 9 heavens of Qingzhou was the dream of all geniuses. Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling shrugged and suddenly said seriously, Li Xiaoyao. The 81st prince frowned. He realized that Lin Ling was not joking. His goal was to surpass Li Xiaoyao. However, who was this Li Xiaoyao? You'll know in the future. Chapter 28:14. Surpassing Li Xiaoyao. He didn't know that Li Xiaoyao was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's goal was to surpass Li Xiaoyao in his previous life. But now, his cultivation speed and achievements were obviously faster than Li Xiaoyao's in his previous life, and he had also gone further. However, as long as Lin Ling doesn't surpass Li Xiaoyao, he won't stop training. Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao. The 81st prince looked at Lin Ling and suddenly felt that this young man was very mysterious. Not long ago, Lin Ling was the strongest among the first generation on the 9th level. However, in such a short period of time, Lin Ling could defeat a martial immortal. Moreover, his cultivation level didn't increase. This meant that Lin Ling's talent had increased. As for how much, the 81st prince didn't see it clearly. He even regretted it. When Lin Ling clashed with the old man, he thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose. Therefore, he didn't look at Lin Ling's sword. This kid has the potential to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. The 81st prince's body exploded, causing the space to shatter into pieces like glass. He disappeared from the main hall. The people in the main hall left one after another. The 4 magnates were only shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but they weren't too moved. Their eyes were on the Son of Heaven's mandate. As for the Left Minister's residence, these experts were clearly unwilling. My lord, why should we be afraid of them? If they want to fight, let's fight. A scholar holding a paper fan looked at the Left Minister and said, Do you think that's the full strength of the imperial court? You're dreaming. There are many immortal legends in the imperial court. Moreover, the third prince's background isn't small either. Moreover, they have an expert behind them. That's someone that even Emperor Qing is afraid of. The left minister said calmly. Even Emperor Qing is afraid of someone? The others were shocked. The left minister looked into the distance and said, if we really fight, both we and the imperial court will be at a disadvantage. Others can't wait for that. Others? Could it be the Imperial Censor Dragon Court and the Blue Flame Army? No, it's the Azure Emperor. However, the minister of the left's last sentence made everyone's expression turn grave. Above the 9 heavens was the Azure Emperor. The Azure Supreme, the Arch, was eager for them to fight to the death. That way, a new Azure Supreme, the Arch, might not be born. On the other side, a large number of experts stepped on the clouds and left. The Azure Dragon King was clearly very unhappy because Lin Ling had escaped a calamity again. Moreover, Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger, giving the Azure Dragon King a huge pressure. Sovereign Marquis, I saw you shake your head before. Could it be that you already knew that Lin Ling would win? The Azure Dragon King asked the Sovereign Marquis. That's right, the current Lin Ling is no longer the Lin Ling of the past. Not far away, the Sovereign Marquis replied with his hands behind his back. Before this, he had also thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. However, at the critical moment, he could see that Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. That sword strike was extraordinary. How did he defeat a martial immortal? The Azure Dragon King recalled that sword strike, but he still didn't feel that there was anything magical about it. His talent has increased. Moreover, that sword strike was very powerful. It was like the power generated by the collision of 50 worlds. In addition to the hidden world essence in his body, he could defeat a martial immortal of the first level. Of course, that was caused by the old man's carelessness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. The Sovereign Marquis explained. The Azure Dragon King immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Lin Ling won by luck, Lin Ling was only the strongest generation not long ago. Such a result was too shocking. It seems that his wings are gradually growing stronger. The Azure Dragon King knew that Lin Ling had become a huge threat. Compared to this, you should pay attention to the Emperor's mandate. If you can obtain the Emperor's mandate, not to mention a mere Lin Ling, you can even walk unhindered in the Azure province. The Sovereign Marquis didn't care much about Lin Ling. Instead, he cared about the Emperor's mandate. Of course, there was also the missing Queen Qianji. After the Emperor's mandate was announced, the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was in an uproar. Countless cultivators wanted to obtain the Emperor's mandate because it was the best opportunity to rise to the heavens in one step. At this moment, in the main hall, the people from the imperial court had yet to leave. Those exceptional talents looked at Lin Ling with admiration. They knew that Lin Ling was no longer an exceptional talent. He was the strongest genius between the exceptional talents and the 9 heavens. He was just one step away from entering the ranks of the 9 heavens. And this was glory, this was pride. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling came in front of the proud son and smiled. He knew that although the third prince didn't seem to help him before, he was already helping him. What Lin Ling wanted to do was to kill that old man. Once that old man died, the left minister wouldn't dare to make a move. Because if he did, the imperial court would also make a move. I was just asked by someone. Thank you. The proud son was silent for a moment. Then, a bell-like voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Ling to be startled. He thought to himself, this third prince is a woman? However, only Lin Ling could hear this voice clearly. Then the third prince said, come with me. There is someone who wants to see you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. He knew who that person was. At this moment, someone suddenly carried the proud son into the main hall. This proud son was covered in white feathers and was extremely gorgeous. Moreover, one could tell that these feathers were rare treasures. When everyone saw Lin Ling enter the proud son, they all licked their lips. Their eyes were filled with envy, but they also felt that Lin Ling deserved this title. Obviously, They also knew that Lin Ling was valued by the imperial court. After entering the Proud Sun, Lin Ling discovered that there was a world inside the Proud Sun. Dense spirit energy enveloped his entire body. The cultivation effect was twice as good as the outside world. Looking around the Proud Sun, there were white feathers floating around. They seemed to be the feathers of an immortal crane. As expected of a rich person, Lin Ling curled his lips. After sitting down cross-legged, he began to cultivate. Previously, when he fought against a martial immortal, he already had 60% confidence. The result did not disappoint him. 50 universes of power, in addition to the fusion of 3 Danshians, that power was indeed terrifying. However, that old man was obviously defeated because he was careless. If an expert with universal power fought seriously, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to win. Martial immortal, martial immortal. Using martial arts to become an immortal. Such a cultivator already had a lifespan as long as the sun and moon. They were godlike existences in the myriad of worlds. They could extract the ancient power of the universe and strengthen themselves. The strong could even control the universe. Little Kunlun. Then, Lin Ling looked at the vine on his left arm and couldn't help but become more curious. On the surface, the vine looked very ordinary. However, Lin Ling faintly sensed a trace of universal power from the vine. If this vine were to grow, it would be very terrifying. Chapter 28:15. Tianzhou Grand Zhejiang family. Lin Ling sensed his entire body and shook his head helplessly. His current cultivation realm could be said to be at its peak. Not only was his world essence enormous, it was also extremely pure. But regarding breaking through to the true God realm, he was still lacking in confidence. After entering the martial immortal realm, Lin Ling's martial dais was no longer the Azure province. Instead, it was the 9 provinces. "Sir, we're here." At this moment, a respectful voice rang out from outside the heaven's chosen disciple. Soon after, clamorous voices rose and fell. "Wow, who is this? To be able to become the pride of the immortal crane, this is a great honor." "I don't know. It must be a certain lord. There are no more than 10 geniuses in the great Azure divine dynasty who are qualified to be the 3rd prince. Could it be that granny?" The surrounding voices were mixed with astonishment. However, when the curtain of the proud Son of Heaven was pushed open, everyone was stunned. Because the person who appeared before them was a young man. Moreover, he was very young. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. Lin Ling was the same. He thought that the 3rd prince had invited him to meet the grandmother, but who would have thought that he would meet a group of young people? Most importantly, these young people were obviously not geniuses from the 3 great academies. However, their strength was not weak either. Could it be a force that the 3rd prince is secretly cultivating? Lin Ling had some guesses. He looked around again. This place seemed to be a tranquil water village. There were green mountains and clear waters, and ancient lakes. In the distance, a huge waterfall fell from the sky, causing water to spray everywhere. It was beautiful. It was like a fairyland. "Brat, who are you?" While Lin Ling was looking around, a sharp voice rang out. A good-looking young man was looking at Lin Ling with disdain. "I am Lin Ling. Who are you?" Lin Ling didn't see the 3rd prince or Tong man, so he replied, "Lin Ling? I don't know him. We are from the Jiang family of the Tianzhou realm. We are led by the 3rd prince. We are his most capable generals." "That's right. Also, who brought you here?" Those young men spoke one after another, and their words were somewhat impolite. Lin Ling suddenly understood. Sure enough, these forces were secretly cultivated by the 3rd prince. However, the Jiang family of the Tianzhou realm? Could it be that the 3rd prince was not from Qingzhou, but from Tianzhou? It seemed that the 3rd prince was also someone with a story. Understood. Now move aside. I want to see the 3rd prince. After he nodded, Lin Ling walked forward with large strides. He didn't have the time to waste on these people because they didn't know each other, so there was no need for him, Lin Ling, to treat them courteously. "Haha, do you think you can meet the 3rd prince whenever you want to? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I've been here for 2,000 years, but I've only seen the third prince 3 times. The first young man said disdainfully. This young man was called Jiang Yufeng, and he was extremely powerful. He was a peak true immortal realm expert. You're a genius from the 3 great academies, right? Let me tell you, we from the Jiang family of the great world just don't come out. Otherwise, do you think the 3 great academies could be so proud? Also, why did you come here on a red-crowned crane? Who gave you the right? The other young men spoke one after another. It was obvious that they hadn't come out for 1,000 years, as if they had been suppressed for a very, very long time. Obviously, they had also heard of the 3 great academies. However, in their opinion, the geniuses of the Jiang family of Tianzhou had not come out. Otherwise, those geniuses would have been beaten like dogs. What's so great about the third prince? To be honest, if it weren't for some other reason, I wouldn't even bother to see him. Lin Ling continued walking forward, not even looking at these young men. His words were true. He had come here to see Grandma Wendao. As for the third prince, he really wasn't familiar with him. However, as soon as he spoke, the young men around him fell silent. To them, the third prince was the bright moon in the sky. He was their goal and their pillar of support. However, this unfamiliar blue-robed young man looked at them with disdain. To them, this was a great humiliation. If you want to see the third prince, you'll have to ask me first. At first, Jiang Yufeng took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling, blocking him. However, Lin Ling shook his head. What's wrong? You want to fight? To tell you the truth, all of you combined might not be a match for me. These young men were all in the true immortal realm. Perhaps they were quite strong, but Lin Ling didn't think much of them. How, what arrogance! You're just trash from the 3 great academies. How dare you compare yourself to the Jiang family of the great world? However, these young men were not angry. Instead, they laughed loudly. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He looked up at the sky and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood. The third prince had invited him here, but he hadn't shown himself. Instead, these young men were stopping him. This meant that the third prince wanted him to defeat these young men. As for the reason, it wasn't something Lin Ling could guess. However, Lin Ling knew very well that if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to see the third prince. Tyrannical singing sword. When he thought of this, Lin Ling let out a low roar. An ocean of swords appeared and turned into a giant sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. Mantis blocking the chariot, arm of the great world. Among the crowd, a young man roared and rushed out. His left arm wriggled and a large number of vines appeared. They intertwined with each other and turned his arm into a giant arm. What a strange talent! Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that the young man's talent seemed to be in his left arm. It must be some ancient bloodline. Unfortunately, no matter how ancient a bloodline it was, as long as it wasn't Wuxing, Lin Ling had nothing to fear when he met Lin Ling. Bam bam bam. The giant sword and the giant arm collided. The body of the sword smashed into the giant arm and broke it. Then, it swept the young man away like a siege car. This was when Lin Ling used the body of the sword. If he had used the blade, the young man would have been cut in half. You have some strength, but I'm an expert in the early stage of the Earth spirit realm. Your arrogance has come to an end. Seeing this, the surrounding young men were shocked. But soon, someone else attacked. He stretched out his left arm. Rolling flames burned and turned into a giant flaming arm that looked like a dragon. It seems that the talents of the Jiang family are indeed in their arms. They are all good at the same thing. Lin Ling nodded slightly. The flame of time and space appeared on the giant sword and slashed out again. The young man's bloodline was extraordinary, but his talent was only a third-grade divine body. It was much weaker than Lin Ling's. Bam bam bam. The young man's flaming arm was broken again and the flames were extinguished. If you want to be valued by the third prince, you should at least be stronger. Now, get lost. Lin Ling waved his sword and pointed at the young man with the broken arm. The latter stood there in shock. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling didn't give him the chance and swept his sword out. Bam bam bam. Chapter 28:16. Third prince? Third princess? At this time, the youths of the great world's Jiang family all had their jaws drop open. It had to be known that they had once secretly appeared in the world and fought against the geniuses of the three great academies. But they had won more than they had lost. Thus, they had thought that the geniuses of the three great academies were only SOSO. But now, an unfamiliar youth had appeared. His strength was incredible, and he had broken through the bloodline of the great world's Jiang family in just 2 sword strikes. You have some skill. You actually know how to play with fire. But in front of me, all fire is useless. Arm of annihilation. At this time, another youth floated out. What was strange was that his entire body seemed to flow like waves. Moreover, his arm was transparent, as if it were formed from wispy smoke. This smoke billowed out, turning into a giant palm that grabbed onto Lin Ling. Jiang Yuyun, well done. Hee, the third prince is definitely watching. You've made us all proud. Brat, you can't break it, right? The methods that our great world's Jiang family specializes in are things that you've never heard of in your life. The surrounding youths were immediately filled with pride. In truth, Lin Ling was a bit surprised. This was because the youth's giant arm was different. It was actually a giant arm formed from soul force. The talents of the great world's Jiang family were truly strange and strange. Do you know why you lost? Seeing Lin Ling being grabbed by the smoky arm, the attacking Jiang Yuyun lightly said. Then he shook his head. I see that you don't know why you lost. Brat, today I will teach you a lesson. In the 9 provinces, the Qing province is the weakest. There are far too many things that you don't understand. Today, I won't kill you. If you admit defeat, I will tell you the reason for your defeat. His words were like a reward, mocking Lin Ling for his narrow experience. It's just soul force. What's so great about it? But at this time, Lin Ling also spoke up. An even greater soul force gushed out, causing the smoky arm to tremble. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. Today, I will also teach you a lesson. There are indeed many things that I don't understand, but I know far more than you. After using his soul force to shake off the giant palm, Lin Ling's sword smashed out once more. Rumble. Jiang Yuyun was still in a state of shock. He didn't understand how Lin Ling broke his ultimate technique, but that sword had already sent him flying. What? This fellow is proficient in the path of fire, and even his soul force is so powerful? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. You are truly formidable, but you will never be able to defeat the great realm's Jiang family. At this time, the strongest youth, Jiang Yufeng, finally made his move. His move made the surrounding youths regain their confidence, and they all cheered. It was as if they had already won. Obviously, they were very reliant on Jiang Yufeng. Big brother Yufeng has made his move. Kid, you're regretting it now. At this moment, those with impatient tempers were shouting even louder. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling just stood there with his sword on his shoulder. He didn't make a move and instead looked at the crowd. Which one of you is Big Brother Yufeng? Hurry up and make your move. I want to see what your giant arm looks like. Obviously, Lin Ling was also curious. This was because the bloodline of the great realm's Jiang family had started with giant plant arms, followed by flames, and finally, even a giant arm of soul force. He wondered what the strongest one would be like. However, Lin Ling's words and expectant expression were like a resounding slap to the faces of these great realm's Jiang family geniuses. This was because they thought that since the strongest big brother Yufeng had made his move, Lin Ling would definitely treat it seriously. Who knew that not only was this guy not serious, but he was even more expectant than them. Had he figured out the situation? Lose. The power of 40 ancient kings. Boom. Rumble. Jiang Yufeng was clearly enraged. He had been arranged by his family to the Qing province to assist the third prince. He was already depressed, but now, a lowly commoner without a noble bloodline dared to look down on him? This was courting death. Kakaka. A terrifying thing happened. The bronze light bloomed, and a giant arm appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. This arm was formed from bronze, and its strength was extremely strong. Giant bronze arm. Ooh. Lin Ling was even more curious. The giant arm grabbed at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not move. His soul force spread out, wanting to see how powerful this giant arm was. After a moment, Lin Ling finally smiled and said, "So it's strength. The power of 40 ancient kings should be the power of 40 worlds." Yes. Looks like you know a lot, but so what if you know? Can you break it? I don't believe that your sword path, flame path, and soul force are powerful, but your strength is also powerful. Let me tell you, I'm a genius who can break 10,000 techniques with one arm. Jiang Yufeng was secretly shocked, not understanding how Lin Ling could see through his strength. How unlucky. I'm also good at strength. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword smashed down. Rumble. This sword slashed through the bronze and smashed Jiang Yufeng, who was the strongest among them, into the ground. The power of 40 worlds against Lin Ling's power of 50 worlds was as weak as a bird. Silence. There was a deathly silence all around. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Was this young man omnipotent? Jiang family of a great world. Did your family send you to Qingzhou to be stupid? After Lin Ling defeated Jiang Yufeng, he immediately mocked and walked forward with his sword. This time, no one dared to stop him. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in horror, as if they were looking at a free and easy divine king. This is to tell you that there is always someone better than you. Although the Jiang family of a great world is famous, if you want to wash away the shame of your family, you need to work harder. With your current strength, you can't help it all. At this time, a clear voice sounded at the same time. Then, on top of a waterfall in the distance, a lotus flowed down the waterfall. A fairy-like woman stood there, wearing a blue robe. Under the light of the rising sun, her entire body seemed to be dyed with a layer of faint golden brilliance. She seemed to be otherworldly, her clothes fluttering as if she would fly away with the wind at any time. Most importantly, her solemn countenance gave others a feeling of the dignity of a person in a high position. Third Prince. Seeing this, all the young men knelt down with reverence on their faces. Do you know that there is always someone stronger than you? Don't think that your opponent's background is inferior to yours, and don't think that Qingzhou is weak. The true experts are often hidden among the people. The woman said again. We know our mistake. Everyone replied in unison. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. This fairy-like woman must be the third prince. She was indeed more mysterious than he had imagined. Perhaps no one in Qingzhou would have thought that the third prince was actually the third princess. Lin Ling, why are you looking at me? The third prince saw Lin Ling smiling at her without saluting or speaking. She was instantly displeased. Chapter 28:17. Goodbye, Grandma Wendao. If you don't look at me, how do you know that I'm looking at you? Lin Ling shrugged. In truth, he was a bit unhappy because the third prince hadn't shown himself all this time. It turned out that he was using him to remind the geniuses of their clan. However, did he ask Lin Ling about this? Did they think that he, Lin Ling, was free labor? How dare you? Lin Ling's words floated out, and all the youths angrily shouted. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. Of course, the third prince was the same. She said coldly, I know you obtained the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal and made a great contribution, but do you only know how to say that to me, the third prince? Then I'll change my words. I didn't expect the third prince to be a fairy-like beauty. It really surprised me. Lin Ling said again. The third prince gritted his teeth in anger. Previously, she had given Lin Ling a chance to make Lin Ling bow to her, but who knew that Lin Ling's words would be even more lawless? Okay, stop arguing. I know that you aren't the only one in charge of the imperial dynasty. Tell the person behind this to come out. However, Lin Ling remained fearless and smiled faintly. Little Li's nose is still like a dog's. Sure enough, after Lin Ling's voice, an aged voice finally resounded. Then, under everyone's gazes, 3 figures appeared on the distant mountain. One of them was the cloaked man Su. The other was his big brother, Sakura. As for the old woman in the middle, she was Grandma Wendao. Ah, long time no see. Little Li, you're getting more and more handsome. After Grandma Wendao appeared, she immediately pounced on Lin Ling, just like in the rainforest's sacred land. Then she circled around Lin Ling, touching him here and there. Little Li? Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Little Li was Li Xiao Yao's nickname. In the whole world, only Grandma Wendao dared to call him that. Grandma, don't touch it. You really hid it from me, Lin Ling said gloomily. His expression made the previously cold third prince secretly laugh. It was as if he could see someone eating Lin Ling alive. His heart felt very carefree. I've missed you so much. What happened to the poem and the distance? Back then, you said that you would hold my hand and travel all over Huanyu. What happened to those promises? Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling like a resentful wife, which made Lin Ling smile even more bitterly. He knew that when this old lady saw him, she would definitely tease him. I didn't make those promises, Lin Ling replied helplessly. You didn't keep your word. Unexpectedly, Grandma Wendao was determined to tease Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling raise his hands in surrender. He pointed to the surroundings and said, many people are watching. I, Lin Ling, am alone. I'm not afraid of losing my dignity. But Grandma is the boss of the imperial court. If I lose my dignity, how can I lead them? With these words, the Wendao-seeking grandmother finally restrained herself. Lin Ling let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This old man was indeed terrifying. Big brother. Then, Lin Ling looked at Sakura and couldn't help but smile excitedly. Hee, second brother, I've been waiting for you in Five Ring City. However, you really did live up to expectations. You actually got the Qing Emperor's Jade Seal. This really made our rainforest's sacred land proud. Sakura came in front of Lin Ling and hammered Lin Ling's chest. I was just lucky. Facing his big brother, Lin Ling was obviously not like facing strangers. He was much more amiable as he rubbed the back of his head and smiled. This undoubtedly made the youths of the great world's Jiang family speechless. They thought that Lin Ling was a cold swordsman, but who knew that he could be so cute? Even the third prince had his eyes opened. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, this young man was someone who feared nothing and was unruly. He even dared to kill the left minister's servant in front of him. But who knew that after meeting someone familiar, Lin Ling was more like an ordinary person? Little Li, you got the Qing Emperor's Jade Seal. This immortal treasure Fang is yours. This is the reward from the imperial court. Grandma Wendao handed over an ordinary stone, which made Lin Ling completely shocked. Immortal treasure Fang? What's that? Why is he being rewarded? The surrounding youths exclaimed. However, at that moment, the third prince was also incomparably shocked. He looked at Grandma Wendao in disbelief. In the end, the third prince said word by word, this is a treasure that can give a true god expert a 60% chance of entering the martial immortal realm. In the entire 9 provinces, only 3 such treasures have ever appeared. Sizzle. Hearing those words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that if one wanted to enter the true god realm, even if they relied on treasures and medicinal pills, they could only increase the chances of breaking through by 50%. As for the martial immortal realm, it was even more difficult. Every single one of them was a martial immortal, and many cultivators would not even have the chance to touch that threshold in their entire lives. And now, a treasure that gave a 60% chance of entering the martial immortal realm, this treasure was priceless. The eyes of the youths of the great world's Jiang family all turned red. Third prince, this is too unfair. Finally, someone said enviously. The third prince glanced at Grandma Wendao, then said coldly, how is it unfair? Of course it's unfair. Firstly, he's not a member of the great world's Jiang family. Secondly, he's a newbie. He can't be compared to us. We've sacrificed our entire lives for the third prince. Thirdly, even if you want to reward him, it shouldn't be such a precious treasure. The youths all looked at the third prince. The third prince sneered. Then, did you obtain the Azure Emperor's Jade Seal? At that moment, the youths were speechless. Perhaps, you'll say that you didn't go to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Then, I gave you a chance earlier. Did any of you defeat him? The youths looked at each other, then lowered their heads in the end. Their skills were inferior, so they had nothing to say. Furthermore, I plan to give one of the 24 Emperor's decrees to Lin Ling. Grandma Wendao said again with an indifferent expression. This. The youth's eyes turned even redder. The 24 Emperor's decrees were extremely important. It was said that the Emperor of the Azure Province would be born from the Emperor's decrees. However, such a precious item was now given to Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling was shocked. However, Grandma Wendao had already handed him a broken piece of jade. This piece of jade was a fragment of the Azure Emperor's jade seal. However, at that moment, the piece of jade was gray and did not have any luster. When more and more Emperor's decrees are stored, the piece of jade in your hand may become the Azure Emperor's jade seal. At that time, you can become the Azure Emperor. Grandma Wendao explained. I see. Lin Ling nodded. This meant that the remaining 23 fragments could also become the Azure Emperor's jade seal. As for who had the remaining 23 fragments, that was not something Lin Ling could guess. But why is Grandma giving me such a precious treasure? Chapter 28:18. The only person he couldn't see through. Others who had obtained the jade seal fragment would have kept it well or even tried to snatch it away. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all. In fact, Lin Ling really didn't care. Although he had the jade seal and seemed to be able to control the ancient power, this power didn't belong to him. Once the Qingzhou divine bell rang, the ancient power would have to be handed over. Therefore, Lin Ling really wasn't interested in this kind of power that couldn't be controlled. Moreover, he had a feeling that if he cultivated the chaos divine formula to its peak, the Azure Emperor would be no match for him. Because it's fun. Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling seriously and said word by word. Lin Ling was speechless. Grandma Wendao was truly an old woman. After chatting for a while, Grandma Wendao brought Lin Ling to the distant Green Mountain. Looking at Lin Ling, who was like a distinguished guest, the youths of the great world's Jiang family were jealous. They had cultivated here for more than 2,000 years to avenge the third prince. Unfortunately, they didn't receive such treatment. Comparisons were odious. White cranes danced on top of the green robe, and celestial music drifted in the air. Everyone sat down cross-legged, and a beautiful servant girl poured them fragrant tea. Lin Ling drank his tea and looked at Grandma Wendao. He had too many doubts about Grandma Wendao. Daoist, tell me one by one. Grandma Wendao was also drinking tea, but her expression gradually became serious. Actually, I hid in the rainforest's sacred land for a reason. It was because I was hiding from someone. With Grandma Wendao's strength, you also have to hide from someone. When he heard that, Lin Ling was shocked. Although he didn't know how strong Grandma Wendao was, the cloaked man Void, and even the imperial dynasty listened to her. From this, one could see how strong she was. But for such a strong person to hide from someone, who was that person? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Little Li is smart. That's right, I'm hiding from him. Grandma Wendao noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately smiled. Because I know the secret he needs the most, so he's been looking for me. He's the Azure Emperor, right? Lin Ling said word by word. Then he saw Grandma Wendao nodding slightly. This made him shake his head helplessly. Grandma Wendao's opponent was indeed terrifying. But why did Grandma Wendao look for me? Lin Ling asked again. He felt that Granny Wendao seemed to have always valued him. With Granny Wendao's strength and connections, what kind of genius could she not have? In fact, I didn't pay attention to you at first. I was just living in seclusion in the rainforest. Later, I met your predecessor and realized that you had an ability that no one else had. So, I've been paying attention to you. What? As soon as he said that, the third prince and the others' expressions changed drastically. 2. Of course, I'm just spouting nonsense. However, just as everyone was surprised, Grandma Wendao suddenly laughed out loud, causing everyone's forehead to draw black lines. They were also used to Grandma Wendao's frivolous attitude. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew that Grandma Wendao seemed to be joking. In fact, it was hard to tell if she was telling the truth or not. However, Was the end of the chaos divine formula? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao didn't cultivate the chaos divine formula to its peak. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't sure. But he was sure that the chaos divine formula was the only cultivation technique in the universe. Since the birth of the 9 great Danshuns, there had never been a cultivation technique that could defy the heavens. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the imperial court. The third prince and I have the same goal, which is to kill the Azure Emperor. The third prince's mother was the imperial concubine, but she was killed by the Azure Emperor in the end. Most importantly, the third prince is from the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World. This family has a strong background. They can't swallow this humiliation, so they have been trying to wash it away. Grandma Wendao said again. Lin Ling looked at the third prince. He didn't expect the third prince's mother to have such a strong background. Therefore, we are on the same side now. Moreover, the third prince has also received a Son of Heaven's mandate. If he becomes the Azure Emperor and controls the ancient power, he will definitely be able to kill the Azure Emperor. Of course, our imperial court has 8 Son of Heaven's mandates. The other 6 have also been given to the corresponding people. At a certain time, you will know each other. For now, it's better to keep it a secret. Everything is for everyone's safety. Grandma Wendao kept talking, which made the third prince and Lin Ling nod. Grandma Wendao was telling them that they shouldn't set each other up. In the end, everyone talked for a long time. Lin Ling thought about how he had spent a long time in Five Ring City and was worried about Yu and the others, so he bid farewell and left. As for Sakura, he still stayed by Grandma Wendao's side to cultivate. Before Lin Ling left, he reminded Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was a popular person in Qingzhou. There were many people who wanted to kill him. Moreover, Lin Ling had the Son of Heaven's mandate. This must be kept a secret. Even falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't tell them. Lin Ling was well aware of this. Then, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. This little Li is a real man. If ordinary people were in his situation, they would wish to never leave the imperial court and only come out when they are strong enough. But he is a wild horse. He can't be trapped. Grandma Wendao looked into the distance and said, "Yeah, I thought he would stay in the imperial court." The third prince nodded and said, "Now, there were many people who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was still arrogant. He would rather roam the world alone than hide in the imperial court." "All right, third prince, do you want a master?" Suddenly, Grandma Wendao looked at the third prince and asked. The third prince nodded immediately. If Grandma Wendao could become his master, it would be his great honor. Hee, looks like I have another junior sister. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. He was Grandma Wendao's disciple. "So you agree? Okay, I will introduce a master to you." Grandma Wendao drank her tea and smiled. The third prince's eyes narrowed. Grandma Wendao was not his master? He couldn't help but ask, "Then which senior is it?" "Lin Ling." Grandma Wendao blew on the teacup and said softly. The mountaintop was dead silent. Sakura was stunned. The cloaked man was dumbfounded. The third prince was dumbfounded. Lin Ling's cultivation was lower than the third prince. He was going to be the third prince's master? This must be a joke. Chapter 28:19. This. The third prince's mouth was agape. Although he felt that Grandma Wendao wouldn't lie to him about such an important question, he still subconsciously believed that it was impossible. "Okay, I'll listen to Grandma Wendao." The third prince immediately laughed. However, Grandma Wendao could clearly tell that the third prince did not care about her words. He would not take Lin Ling as his master. This caused Grandma Wendao to sigh softly in her heart. At this moment, Lin Ling had left Five Ring City and was heading towards the rainforest market. Along the way, he sighed in his heart. This time, he had used up quite a bit of time. He wondered how Yu and the others were doing. However, Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. He looked at the magnificent and sacred fifth city behind him and knew that he had gained a firm foothold in the most powerful place in Qingzhou. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that many people were secretly paying attention to him and harboring hostility. However, those people didn't dare to act rashly. Unless the magnates agreed to it personally, They would not dare to make a move. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is bigger than I thought. However, other than the 4th Ring City and the 5th Ring City, I don't fear anyone from the other cities. Lin Ling walked past the 5th Ring City and arrived at the 4th Ring City. Looking at the bustling streets, the smile on his face grew wider. This feeling of soaring through the heavens and earth was pretty good. There were martial artists walking on the streets from time to time, but none of them recognized Lin Ling. Qing province was too big. Although Lin Ling's reputation was not weak, not everyone knew who he was. So this is the 4-Ring City. It's bigger than I imagined. Don't underestimate this place. Behind the prosperity, countless bones have been buried under the ancient city. That's right. Only true experts can move freely in this place. A few newcomers couldn't help but whisper when they arrived at 4-Ring City. This made Lin Ling smile. This was the same as him back then. Furthermore, when they sensed Lin Ling's gaze, the young rookies immediately narrowed their eyes and revealed smiles. Senior. They took the initiative to greet him. Lin Ling, on the other hand, nodded slightly and strode away. He had the demeanor of an expert. That young man seems to be the same age as us, but he is very calm in 4th Ring City. I think he is not someone to be underestimated. Yeah, I really envy him. Those rookies weren't fools. Although they didn't know Lin Ling's strength, they could tell that Lin Ling's every move was calm and composed, so they guessed that Lin Ling's background wasn't small. Lin Ling has returned. Let's go back and inform the manor head. In Sihuan City, some people recognized Lin Ling and then mysteriously disappeared into the streets. Of course, there were also some older martial artists. They coldly looked at Lin Ling, but in the end they didn't dare to act rashly. They were from the Azure Dragon Manor. As expected of Lin Ling. Back then, he killed the Azure Dragon King's son. Now that they see Lin Ling, the Azure Dragon Manor doesn't dare to kill him. At the gate of a city, an old man also stared at Lin Ling, who was leaving, and said to the people from the Azure Dragon Manor, I heard from the eldest miss that Lin Ling has obtained the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. TSK, as expected of a young talent. Go back and inform the manor head. I think the manor head also wants to know Lin Ling. Look, the people from the White Tiger Manor also went back to inform the manor head. We can't be slow. Yes. The old man left with a few people. Lin Ling didn't know that the 4 strongest divine mansions were restless because of him. At this moment, he had already arrived at 2nd Ring City and was about to return to the Yulin City when his eyes suddenly lit up. That was because he saw a familiar face. He didn't expect that person to also come to Qingzhou. Moreover, she seemed to be going to the 3 great academies. In the past, she once rejected my help and said that she wanted to comprehend the boundary origins seed herself. Now she has done it. Looking at the stubborn woman, Lin Ling felt very guilty. That woman was Lu Susu. Lin Ling had known many women in his life, but not many had left a deep impression on him. Only Yu Yu and a few others had left a deep impression on him. However, Lu Susu was also one of them. When he first met Lu Susu, Lin Ling felt that she was very beautiful, feminine, and enchanting. However, Lin Ling had restrained himself a lot at that time. Therefore, although he had interacted with Lu Susu a lot, he still subconsciously rejected her. However, when he returned home the last time, Yuman Yun told him that Lu Susu had been waiting for him. Although Lu Susu had taken the initiative to leave him, Yuman Yun had also said that Lu Susu's heart could no longer hold anyone else. After hearing the news, Lin Ling's heart ached. He had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a little selfish. He had only thought about the problem from his own point of view. He had never experienced Lu Susu's feelings. Therefore, Lin Ling had begun to accept Lu Susu. She seems to want to become a genius of the 3 great academies. That should be Heavenly Saint Academy. Lin Ling's soul power was extremely powerful. Although he was not close, he could still see everything clearly. Then, he headed towards Heavenly Saint Academy. The 3 great academies seemed to have reached their peak. That was because they had relaxed the conditions for recruiting disciples. More importantly, over the years, geniuses were like carps crossing the river, and their names had shaken Qingzhou. In particular, Lin Ling had risen like a comet. This made the old monsters in the academies realize that a true genius did not necessarily have a good background and talent. Even if their background was ordinary, they still had the chance to create miracles. This also caused the nearby area to be bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of young people gathered. There were both men and women. The men were otherworldly and indifferent, while the women were like fairies. For a moment, it formed a beautiful scene. This is Heavenly Saint Academy? It's so big. Yeah, I've heard of Heavenly Saint Academy in Qingzhou. I never thought that I would have the chance to become a genius of the academy. Tisk tsk, so many people. Those men are so handsome. Voices could be heard from time to time. In the crowd, a tall woman in a purple robe stood there. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the ancient Heavenly Saint Academy. For a moment, the surrounding young people's eyes were burning with passion. That woman was very enchanting and charming. Top quality. She should be in the top 10 of this year's recruitment. Yeah, hee, us senior brothers are in luck. I hope she joins Heavenly Saint Academy quickly. Such a beauty can't be snatched away by the other two academies. The geniuses of the other academies licked their lips and said, Cultivation was boring. Although they were already used to it, if there was a beautiful woman accompanying them, no one would reject it. For a moment, the purple-robed woman's surroundings became empty. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, she was obviously used to it, so she continued to look at Heavenly Saint Academy. Junior sister, are you here to learn martial arts in Heavenly Saint Academy? Now that Heavenly Saint Academy has relaxed the conditions, as long as you achieve a few goals, you can directly become the 4th generation of the academy. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out. Then, a refined young man walked out with his hands behind his back. It's senior brother Tu Tsuxing. Chapter 2820. Her boyfriend is me. It seems that Senior Tu has taken a liking to that woman with a hot figure. As expected of senior brother Tu's foresight. However, that woman seems to be somewhat extraordinary. I'm afraid she won't take the bait so easily. Do you know who senior brother Tu is? He's a member of the Academy's generation. How can he fail? As for some of the girls, they were a little jealous of the purple-robed girl, because being noticed as soon as they arrived at the Heavenly Saint Academy was not a simple matter. Thank you, but I'm here to find someone. However, the woman shook her head and frowned. Damn it. I forgot to ask which academy that bastard is in. I only know that he's in the martial god barracks, but I can't go there at all. She was Lu Susu. She was obviously here to look for Lin Ling, because according to the agreement she had with Lin Ling last time, if she could comprehend the Jieyuan seed, then she could personally come and find Lin Ling. And now she had done it. Therefore, she came here with pride. She wanted to show Lin Ling how powerful she was. However, she had forgotten which academy Lin Ling was in. Bastard? Are you scolding me? However, the refined young man clearly misunderstood Lu Susu's words. He was from the 1st generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He took the initiative to invite this girl, but was rejected in the end. He was very unhappy. Moreover, he was able to notice the strange gazes from the surroundings. So, he couldn't allow his junior brothers to laugh at him. I'm sorry, the bastard wasn't talking about you, but another person. Lu Susu hurriedly bowed. After thinking for a while, she said, That person is my boyfriend. She was called a profiteer by Lin Ling, so naturally, she was also a shrewd person, so she guessed the young man's intention. Therefore, she wanted to use the word boyfriend to reject the young man. In this way, he had given the young man enough face. What? She's taken? There's no justice in this. The surrounding youths immediately let out grievous cries. They came from a myriad of realms and were the proud sons of heaven of their respective hometowns. They had seen countless beauties, but none of them were as moving as this purple-robed woman. However, this unforgettable beauty already had a boyfriend. Who the hell is this guy? Who is it? You'd better show yourself. I swear I won't touch you. Even the 3rd and 2nd generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute were furious. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. She did not expect the crowd to react so strongly. However, Tu Xing, who was standing in front of her, was even more displeased. He, a dignified first young master, had personally gone out, but had actually returned in failure? Junior sister, you may have made a promise to someone else. But it doesn't matter. I don't care about your past. I only care about your future. You can leave your boyfriend and follow me from now on. You can walk freely in Second Ring City. Tu Xing didn't believe that he couldn't win the beauty's heart. Thank you, but I really don't need it. Lu Susu waved her hand. It seems that you don't know how powerful I am. Forget it, let your boyfriend do it. I will make him feel inferior. Tu Xing almost wanted to use force, but there were too many people around. If he used force, he would obviously lose even more face. Therefore, he planned to use his qualifications to change the beauty's mind. Your boyfriend is a genius from the 3 big academies? Or first? Tu Xing said indifferently. It doesn't matter if he's first. I'm in the top 40 of the first generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. If he's a man, he'd better come out and compete with me. Well done, Senior Tu. The geniuses cheered when they saw Tu Xing showing off his results. As for the geniuses who had participated in the disciple selection, they were surprised. That senior brother was a first? He's really amazing. I don't know. Lu Susu replied quickly. She didn't know how Lin Ling was doing in Qingzhou. Don't be surprised. Let me continue. What's his background? I'll tell you. I'm the 3rd young master of the Tu family in Three Ring City. My elder brother is a first, Tu Xing said. After saying that, he stuck out his chest proudly. I've been to the 4 divine residences in Four Ring City and visited them. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Four Ring City was a place they would never have the chance to visit in their lifetime. Moreover, Tuku Star was from San Juan City. That was a true sign of wealth and wealth. I'm so jealous of her. Some girls looked at Lu Susu with envy. That was because a man had announced his background in public for her. It was extremely rare for a vain girl to do that. I'm really sorry about that. Lu Susu smiled apologetically. She knew that she had been targeted by a powerful young master. I'm sorry. However, Tu Xing became even angrier. He pointed at Lu Susu and said, I can tell you that if I don't say anything, no one in the 3 academies will dare to recruit you as a disciple. Qingzhou is the dream place of all geniuses. However, I can make you lose your dream. Domineering. That sentence was filled with domineering aura. The crowd's breathing slowed. They didn't think that Tu Xing was ugly. Instead, they admired him even more. He was a real genius when he said such bold words to woo a girl. Lu Susu didn't expect him to go all out. Perhaps she didn't know that Tu Xing had been rejected in public. His dignity had been humiliated, so he went all out. I don't believe that you have the final say in the 3 academies. Lu Susu, who had been speaking humbly, couldn't hold it in any longer. You can go ahead and try. Call your boyfriend along. Moreover, I'll be waiting for you here. I'll see how you'll be rejected. Tu Xing put his hands behind his back and said, Junior sister, accept reality. I'm afraid that your boyfriend has also abandoned you. In Qingzhou, strength is everything. If he was chosen by a young lady from a powerful family, he would have already become their son-in-law. The pledge of eternal love in the past is just a joke. You don't have to say anything. If Qingzhou doesn't want me, I'll leave. I believe in my boyfriend. Oomph. Lu Susu snorted and turned to leave. Ask your boyfriend to come out. Tu Xing was even angrier. She was simply a silly girl. However, the more she acted like this, the more his heart ached. Obviously, it was rare to see such an infatuated girl. Unfortunately, she didn't belong to him, which made him even more unwilling. I can see that you came to Qingzhou for him. However, you're being watched by so many people, but he doesn't dare to stand up for you. Is he still a man? Tu Xing said again. I won't allow you to speak ill of him. Stop. Hearing this, Lu Susu's slender legs stopped, and she looked at Tu Xing with her eyebrows raised. She said coldly, He promised me and I promised him. So, even if he is a beggar in Qingzhou, I will not leave him. Stop. Outside the Heavenly Saint Academy, there was even more silence. No one had expected this sexy and beautiful girl to be so stubborn and infatuated. Who is your boyfriend? Tukuxing finally roared. Chapter 28-21. Disciple Recruitment. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then the crowd squirmed, and a young man in a blue and white robe strode over. The Heavenly Saint Institute was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the young man. Bang! Some of the geniuses who were consumed by jealousy even secretly attacked the young man. Unfortunately, with a single kick from the youth, everyone who stood in his way was sent flying. Just like that, he walked over domineeringly. I'm her boyfriend. Yes. A soft voice floated out at the same time, causing a smile to appear on Lu Susu's delicate face. She stared at the young man with curiosity and excitement. She had not seen him for many years. However, this guy was still as arrogant as ever. The words, "I'm her boyfriend," were really domineering. However, she had been waiting for this sentence for many years. This was because this was the first time Lin Ling had acknowledged her identity as Lu Susu in front of everyone. Idiot, go! Go! Lu Susu was worried when she thought of Tu Chuxing's background. Women were like this. When they fell in love with someone, the first thing they thought of was not themselves, but the person they loved. You're the idiot. Who asked you to come to the Heavenly Saint Institute to find me? Did I say I was in the Heavenly Saint Institute? Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling was touched. I don't care what institute you're in. Now go. These people are all xenophobic. That guy has a terrifying background. Lu Susu whispered. However, Lin Ling smiled and did not answer her. Instead, he came to her and hugged her tightly. With this hug, Lu Susu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Lin Ling, too many people are watching. Lu Susu's voice was gentle. However, before she could finish her words, a hot kiss landed on her lips. They're watching. That's even better. This proves that Lu Susu is my woman. How can I not acknowledge my own woman? Yes. Lu Susu's firm voice rang in her heart. Her eyes were moist. The outside of the Heavenly Saint Institute was silent. All the geniuses had their mouths wide open. That guy is crazy. He clearly knew that they were attracted to the goddess, but in the end he came to pick the flower in public. Was he telling them that the sexy and beautiful woman belonged to him? Of course, Tu Chuxing was the angriest. Rebellion. Absolutely rebellion. How dare someone steal his woman in front of him? Some good-looking girls covered their mouths. Tu Chuxing was crazy for love, but the young man was even crazier. Are you a genius of the Zhongling Institute? Tu Chuxing. At that moment, Tukuxing roared in anger. After the kiss, Lin Ling turned to look at Tu Chuxing. He really did not know this gentle-looking young man. As for his background, he was not interested in it. But what he saw was that this prideful generation was humiliating his woman. Courting death. Chu. That's not it. Are you the first generation? Let me tell you. Even if you are the first generation, you have to kneel down before me today. Tu Chuxing's voice was filled with madness and indifference. Today, I will teach you a lesson not because you stole the beauty of the Heavenly Saint Institute, but because you humiliated us by hugging the beauty of the Heavenly Saint Institute. A martial artist should live by martial arts. Tu Chuxing said something important at the critical moment. Lin Ling almost laughed. Was that guy qualified to say something like that? I'm sorry. I'm not a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute. Lin Ling laughed again. Then, the Heavenly Saint Institute became even quieter. They thought that Lin Ling must have some background to be so arrogant. Who knew that he did not belong to any of the three institutes? How could he be so arrogant when he was not a genius? Everyone felt that they had been fooled. Too much. Senior 2, humiliate him. Let him know how powerful you are. Yes, let him know what a great identity is. Angry voices rang out one after another. Tu Chuxing was stunned for a moment, Then he laughed disdainfully. This young man was so humble. How dare he steal his love? He was about to speak, but Lin Ling spoke first. If my girlfriend wants to be a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute, it should not be a problem for her to get into the Heavenly Saint Institute. Tu Chu Xing wanted to laugh at Lin Ling, but he swallowed his words and looked at Lin Ling in shock. The same went for the crowd. Lin Ling had said that he was not a genius of the 3 institutes, but now he said that he could make Lu Susu a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He must be bragging. Could it be that this guy was bragging in front of a beauty so that he would not lose face? Without any suspense, the crowd's anger turned into laughter. Did I hear it wrong? Tu Tsuxing asked, laughing so hard that he almost fell off his horse. You didn't hear it wrong. I can make my girlfriend a genius of the Heavenly Saint Institute, Lin Ling said seriously. Ha! Tu Chu Xing could not hold it in anymore. Lin Ling, don't fight with them. Lu Susu also thought that Lin Ling was bragging. Although it was her first time in Qingzhou, she knew that the 3 institutes had a deep foundation. They could not be controlled by someone from the myriad world. Tu Chu Xing was a local martial artist, so he might have a chance, but Lin Ling did not even have a 1% chance. I didn't fight with them, Lin Ling said gloomily. Since the Heavenly Saint Institute was begging him to go back, it should not be difficult for him to make such a small request. Don't try to show off. This is not a deal. It's not something you can brag about. The more you boast, the better. Lu Susu rolled her eyes at Lin Ling, which made him even more speechless. Did you see that? This beauty thinks you are bragging. Ha, so this braggart is your boyfriend. Sure enough, hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Hearing Lu Susu's words, Tu Chu Xing could not help but tease her. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and saw a large group of people coming from the distance. They were the people of the Heavenly Saint Institute. This year, the 3 institutes were recruiting geniuses. Since the Heavenly Saint Institute was fighting for geniuses, the Heavenly Saint Institute was not to be outdone. Indeed, there's no time like the present. Let me expose your scam. Tu Chu Xing laughed and then cupped his hands in salute. Elder Xiaoren, Elder Dandelion, it's good that you are here. I would like to ask if the Heavenly Saint Institute recruits geniuses at will? Who are you? An old voice came from afar. I am the 3rd young master of the 2 clan in Lower 3 Ring City, Tu Chu Xing said proudly. He looked at Lu Susu as if he was saying, I will show you my strength. The 3rd young master of the 2 clan? Are you from the Heavenly Saint Institute? The old voice came again, but it was not as cold as before. Chapter 28-22. Even a cripple. That's right. Tu Chu Xing replied proudly. He knew that the other party had given him face. Amazing! An elder of the academy is here for Senior Brother Tuesday. You should know that we are from different academies, and we usually fight in the dark. The fact that an elder of the Resplendent Academy is here for Senior Brother 2 proves that Senior Brother 2's influence is terrifying. Everyone exclaimed. Some of the geniuses who had just arrived here looked at Tu Chu Xing with admiration. They hoped that one day, they would also have such a big face. Since it's Junior Brother 2, I'll give you face. What's the matter? The crowd was separated, and a large group of people arrived. Many of them were from the younger generation, and the 2 leading them were Xia Ren and Dandelion Elder. Lin Ling looked at Xia Ren in astonishment. The last time this old man went to his Yulin market, he begged him to return to the Resplendent Academy. At that time, he was kicked out of the market, and it was very embarrassing. Lin Ling did not expect that the recruitment today would be so majestic. Nothing much. Someone was bragging that he could let any genius enter the Resplendent Academy. Is that true? Tu Tsuxing said with a smile. He knew that something interesting was about to happen. Elder Xiaoren, your Resplendent Academy can't possibly recruit any genius, right? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to your Resplendent Academy. Hearing this, the crowd was filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would be embarrassed after his scam was exposed. Perhaps, that guy would be punished to kneel down and admit his mistake. Lin Ling, should we leave immediately? Lu Susu was extremely worried. She was afraid that Lin Ling's situation would be very miserable with the arrival of the ancient experts of the Azure province. It's okay. Just because they're old doesn't mean they're seniors. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed. But they're the elders of the academy. To her, the elders of the academy were like Mount Tai and Big Dipper. They were people that she could only look up to for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, she did not know that Lin Ling had already made a name for himself in the Azure province. In the past, he would have to raise his head to look up to the elders, but now he had kicked them countless times. Nonsense! What kind of place do you think our resplendent academy is? Without a certain level of talent, how can our academy recruit you? There was no doubt that Elder Xiaoren was somewhat angry. According to Tu Chu Xing's words, their resplendent academy was somewhat worthless. Hey, I didn't say that. It was said by a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You go and reprimand him. Tu Tsuxing gloated and gave the stage to Lin Ling. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with it. Which bastard is it? Elder Xiaoren said in a dignified tone when he saw the large number of geniuses in the surroundings. Moreover, his aged eyes began to scan the surroundings. Who are you calling a beast? However, at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded. The beast cursed you. Elder Xiaoren didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. His gaze finally locked onto the person who spoke. However, his eyes instantly froze. Beside her, Senior Dandelion was also shocked. Because they didn't expect Lin Ling to be here. So it was a beast who cursed me, no wonder. Lin Ling sneered at Elder Xiaoren. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Because Lin Ling actually dared to ridicule an elder of the resplendent academy. He's dead. What a crafty mouth. You cursed an elder of the resplendent academy with just a few words. Hey, you've taken advantage of the situation, but how are you going to deal with it now? Tu Chu Xing was obviously more excited. He looked at Elder Xiaoren and said, Elder, he's calling you a beast. He thought that Elder Xiaoren didn't understand the meaning of Lin Ling's words. That's right, I'm a beast. However, Elder Xiaoren was still staring at Lin Ling. However, a sentence that shocked everyone suddenly floated out. Elder Xiaoren actually called himself a beast? Could it be that he didn't understand the meaning of the young man's words? Tu Chu Xing looked as if he had been slapped in the face. He couldn't help but remind Elder Xiaoren again, Elder, he's calling you a beast. That's right, I'm a beast. What? You're not convinced? Elder Xiaoren immediately looked at Tu Chu Xing and said coldly, This. Tu Chu Xing was also dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone call themselves a beast, let alone admit it so straightforwardly. Slap. He even gave himself a slap to see if he was dreaming. But it really hurt. Haha, may I ask which senior's disciple wants to go to the Resplendent Academy? Elder Xiaoren looked at Lin Ling and rubbed his hands. One must know that the dean of the Resplendent Academy had given him a death mission to bring Lin Ling back. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had always been indifferent to him. So, now that he had the opportunity to take the initiative to talk to Lin Ling, how could he miss it? Sensing Elder Xiaoren's gaze, Lin Ling said indifferently, Senior's disciple can't be considered. This beauty beside me is qualified. However, the Resplendent Academy's recruitment is quite strict. I'm afraid she won't be able to enter. May I ask who this beauty is? Elder Xiaoren's chrysanthemum face smiled. Everyone was stunned. What kind of attitude is Elder Xiaoren showing? Isn't he being too polite? My girlfriend. Lin Ling replied. This time, Elder Xiaoren's wrinkled face smiled even more happily. Lin Ling's girlfriend was coming to the Resplendent Academy, which meant that Lin Ling would have a chance to come back in the future. Because even if he hated the dean, he would still come to see his girlfriend. No problem. Even if she's a cripple, the Resplendent Academy will accept her. As the oldest academy in Qingzhou, how can we discriminate against people? As long as the younger generation is passionate about martial arts, we won't miss it. Elder Xiaoren patted his chest and said, Fuck. Damn. That's fine too. Damn. Even a cripple? Damn. This time, the surroundings were in an uproar like a market. Slap. Tu Chu Xing slapped himself again to see if he was dreaming. One should know that his background was not small, and he was a first-generation genius, but he was barely able to get Elder Xia Ren to give him face. However, the young man not only made Elder Xia Ren respectful, but also gave him a big backdoor. Moreover, the young man's respectful expression made him wonder if the young man was the dean of the Resplendent Academy. However, the young man also said that he was not even a genius of the Resplendent Academy. This time, Tu Chu Xing was completely stunned. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly let my girlfriend go to the Resplendent Academy. But let's make it clear that cultivation resources are not to be neglected. Moreover, she will be a third-generation genius. Lin Ling nodded. Third-generation genius? That's not possible. I want her to be a second-generation genius. If it weren't for my limited position, she would have no problem becoming a first-generation genius. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's request would not anger Elder Xia Ren? Instead, he thought that Lin Ling's request was too simple. Plot. This time, outside the Heavenly Saint Academy, many geniuses fell to the ground. Some of the geniuses who had just arrived fainted. Chapter 28-23. The first generation has arrived. Lin Ling, what's going on? Why is that elder here? Even Lu Susu found it hard to believe. Despite her intelligence, she couldn't understand what was going on. That's not an elder. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately laughed. Could it be that he's a fake? Lu Susu suddenly guessed. A real elder wouldn't treat Lin Ling like this. He's not a fake, he's real. But in my eyes, he's not an elder, he's an animal. Lin Ling shrugged and said. Lu Susu was stunned and then rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm an animal, a big animal. Yes. However, Elder Xia Ren immediately patted his chest and admitted it. Lu Susu's Hongyan mouth twitched. She was completely speechless. Tu Chu Xing trembled in anger. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was clearly embarrassed. Don't be too arrogant. Becoming a genius is just the beginning. A real genius has to go to 5 Ring City and leave Qing Province. Although she can become a genius of the academy, can she go to 3 Ring City? Let me tell you, 3 Ring City is my territory. She won't have the chance to go there in her lifetime. Do you believe me? Yes. Tu Chu Xing took a step forward and said word by word. Resplendent Academy wasn't his academy, so he couldn't change Elder Xia Ren's decision. But in terms of background, he was confident that he could crush Lin Ling. Yes, becoming a genius of the academy is not a big deal. If you have the ability, go to 3 Ring City. Senior brother 2, good job. Yes. The geniuses from the Heavenly Saint Institute quickly flattered. Although Lu Susu was recruited by the Resplendent Institute, they didn't want to be trampled on. In Tuku Xing's generation, it was even more impossible for him to lose to Lin Ling. Hence, he once again used his powerful identity to suppress Lin Ling, including you. May I ask, have you ever been to 3 Ring City? Do you know what forces are in 3 Ring City? Do you know where the largest Grand Council Hall is? Let me ask you again, have you ever been to 4 Ring City? Do you know what the 4 great divine abodes of the 4 Ring City are? I know you're going to say that even if I'm so powerful, I might not have been there. I'm sorry to say this, but I've been to the 4 Ring City, the Black Warrior Celestial Manor, the White Tiger Celestial Manor, and the Vermilion Bird Celestial Manor. I've even seen those ancient bloodlines and masters. Tu Tsuxing's voice grew louder and louder, as if he had great ambitions. Pa. The geniuses of the Heavenly Saint Institute applauded. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? You must have just become a first-generation member. However, Lin Ling said calmly. That's right, I have indeed just become a first generation. However, don't try to change the topic. Answer me. Tuxing said with a sneer. He did not know what Lin Ling meant, because if he was from the older generation, then he must have seen Lin Ling before. This was because in the battle of the strongest generation, who didn't know Lin Ling? Unfortunately, Tu Tsuxing was obviously a newcomer. Let me tell you, my brother is an first-generation member. Tu Tsuxing did not know what Lin Ling meant. He said proudly, there are only 100 first generations. They never appear in the Institute and only participate in the missions of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. For example, not long ago at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion to seize the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, my brother participated. When the Azure Emperor was removed from the throne, my brother also contributed. This is pride and honor. At the end of his speech, Tu Tsuxing opened his hands, as if he was the one who had created such a record. However, without any suspense, the geniuses around looked up at Tu Tsuxing. They did not expect that Tu Tsuxing's brother would be able to participate in such a big event in Qingzhou. I actually have the opportunity to get close to such a legendary event. For the geniuses from the 10,000 worlds, this was something that was extremely far away. Looking at the admiring gazes around him, Tu Tsuxing's lips curled up and he became even more proud. Tu Tsuxing, didn't I tell you not to tell anyone about this? At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Then, the clouds in the sky parted and a young man stepped on a 9-colored cloud with his hands behind his back. He arrived majestically. Big brother. Seeing this, Tu Tsuxing was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. His big brother had told him not to tell anyone about the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, he was so angry earlier that he had told everyone about it, which led to his big brother's arrival. You can't blame me. Someone is looking down on the Tu family. Tu Tsuxing said hurriedly. The man in the sky looked down at the countless geniuses on the ground as if he was the ruler of the world. His face was calm and he had the demeanor of an expert. Greetings, Senior Tu. A large number of respectful voices sounded in the Heavenly Saint Academy. Even the elders of the academy bowed respectfully. That was because the man was one of the 100 exceptional talents and they would always look up to him. Tu Tsutian. The expressions of Elder Xia Ren and the others changed slightly. Although Tu Tsutian was younger than them, his potential was 100 times greater than theirs. He was an existence that they did not dare to provoke. Xia Ren, you were my senior when I was learning martial arts. I've seen you before. Don't tell me that you're bullying my younger brother today. The man's gaze finally landed on the people from the Resplendent Academy. He thought that the people from the Resplendent Academy were humiliating the Tu family. Elder Xia Ren immediately felt awkward. Clearly, he did not dare to provoke the man. However, he did not dare to mention Lin Ling's name, so he could only chuckle. Brother, it's not him. It's that kid. On the contrary, Tu Tsuxing walked towards the sky with a smile and pointed at Lin Ling as he spoke. At that moment, he was proud. He was very proud. He was the center of attention. In reality, that was indeed the case. No one dared to look down on him anymore. The light of the Tu family shone everywhere, telling everyone how powerful the two brothers were. It's him. Tu Tsutian also looked at Lin Ling. However, he suddenly frowned because he felt that Lin Ling was very familiar. It's him. This guy looks down on the Tu family. On the side, Tu Tsuxing quickly nodded. Then, he said with admiration, Kid, do you see him? He's my big brother, one of the 100 exceptional talents. He entered 5 Ring City and went to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. However, Tu Tsutian ignored him and continued to stare at Lin Ling. Have we met before? Why do I feel that you're so familiar? At that moment, Lin Ling was also looking at the man. He shook his head and said, To be honest, you feel very unfamiliar. Perhaps you know me, but I don't know you. As soon as he finished speaking, the square was in an uproar. One of the 100 exceptional talents knew Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not know him? Could it be that Lin Ling was more famous than Tu Tsuxing's big brother? You're boasting again. Tu Tsuxing shook his head helplessly. Shut up. However, before he could stop laughing, the man beside him shouted coldly, causing Tu Tsuxing's eyes to widen. May I ask, what is your name? The more the man looked at Lin Ling, the more familiar he felt. Could he be the legendary figure? I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and finally spat out a sentence. Boom. The man was only stunned for a moment. Then he shot towards the ground at a crazy speed, causing the ground to crack and dust to spread everywhere. Chapter 28-24. All the important figures had gathered. This scene struck everyone as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds buzzed. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, but they found that Lin Ling was very calm. He was neither happy nor sad, neither arrogant nor humble. This calmness was not an act at all. However, Tu Xiutian was a first-generation talent. His arrival was respected by everyone. Now, he was kneeling before Lin Ling on one knee, but Lin Ling did not react at all. Moreover, why was he kneeling before Lin Ling on one knee? Brother, this is... In fact, Tu Xiuxing was the most surprised because he knew how proud his brother was. Not to mention kneeling, even if he wanted his brother to lower his head, it would be impossible. This was also something that was simply impossible. 100 exceptional talents greet the king of exceptional talents, Lin Ling. At this moment, the man said with a trembling voice. Previously, he felt that Lin Ling looked familiar. After receiving Lin Ling's acknowledgement, he was immediately terrified. After all, he had personally seen how powerful Lin Ling was at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. After leaving the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Lin Ling had even killed his page boy in front of the minister of the left. Therefore, he knew that this was someone he could not provoke. First-generation king? Isn't that the 81st prince? Hearing that, Tu Xiuxing had the biggest reaction. He almost wanted to slap himself 3 more times. That was because he had heard from his brother that the first-generation king was the strongest genius among the 100 first-generation talents. The most terrifying thing was that he was showing off his experience and background in front of the first-generation king. Slap. He could not help but slap himself. No way, Lin Ling is the first-generation king? In fact, even Elder Xiaoren was shocked. Although he knew that Lin Ling could go to Five Ring City, he did not expect Lin Ling to become the first-generation king in such a short period of time. The first-generation king was not a cabbage that could be found anywhere. Not everyone could do it. Tu Xiuxing, get down here and apologize. The man shouted coldly at the sky. He had thought that someone had offended his brother, but now it seemed that his brother was simply courting death. He had failed to recognize Mount Tai. Brother, Tu Xiuxing's heart trembled. He did not dare to say anything. He shot to the ground and knelt before Lin Ling. His mind was gloomy because he had offended such a person. Lin Ling, I heard that you're back, so I came to look for you today. We've been waiting for a long time. But at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the sky. Then, a white tiger as huge as a mountain stepped on the clouds and arrived majestically. Behind the white tiger were a large number of experts, all of whom had cultivation levels that people could not see through. As for the elder above the white tiger, his strength had reached the level of being able to reach the heavens. Are you here for Lin Ling? Is it revenge? However, Lin Ling obviously knew the old man. He immediately cupped his hands and greeted him politely. Oh, you're always elusive. My white tiger divine residence wanted to invite you to our residence many times, but you didn't have the time. The old man said with a smile. Of course, you have a lot of things to do, so I understand. However, you have to have a meal with me today. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. The old man had met Lin Ling once in the Fourth Ring City. At that time, he had thought highly of Lin Ling. Now that he knew about Lin Ling's achievements, he was more than happy to call Lin Ling a brother. He's here to invite Lin Ling. When the people saw the old man's courteous manner, they began to guess. The White Tiger Divine Residence. Tu Xiuxing looked up at the sky with a deathly pale face. Weren't they the 4 divine residences of the Fourth Ring City? Before this, he was proud of being able to visit one of the 4 divine residences, looking down on Lin Ling. But now, the divine residence's manor lord was here. Compared to Lin Ling, Tu Xiuxing's identity paled in comparison. By Xiaoyang, aren't you being too overbearing? Lin Ling promised us that he would come to my Black Warrior divine residence. But right at this time, a palace floated in their direction. On top of the palace stood a large number of masters. Moreover, upon closer inspection, this wasn't a palace, but a giant divine turtle. Black Warrior Divine Residence? That seems to be one of the 4 divine residences. Are they here to invite Lin Ling again? This time, the Heavenly Saint Institute's geniuses were dumbfounded. Many of them slapped themselves hard to see if they were dreaming. This was because the elusive 4 divine dwellings had actually come for Lin Ling. Of course, even Lin Ling was surprised, but when he saw Xian Linglong standing on top of the divine turtle's shell, he immediately understood what was going on. This Xian Linglong must have told the Black Warrior divine residents about what happened at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Therefore, the Black Warrior divine residence was extending an olive branch to him. However, this was not the end of the shocking matter. In the west, flames soared to the sky, burning the clouds. Then, a giant vermilion bird flew over with a magnificent tail, shaking the entire Second Ring city. This can't be the vermilion bird divine residence, right? The corners of people's mouths were trembling, some of them were completely numb. Lin Ling, I heard you obtained the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, truly a young hero. This is the first time we meet. This old man is Zhu Fantian. I'm here because of your reputation. On top of the vermilion bird, a tall and sturdy old man clad in a long red robe was looking at Lin Ling with a wide smile. Senior Zhu. Lin Ling was also in disbelief. I dare not call myself senior, but if little friend Lin Ling doesn't mind, you can call me old brother Zhu. The old man said politely, then glanced at the White Tiger Divine Residence's manor lord with a cold sneer. What? You want to snatch Lin Ling from me? What snatch? Everything is first come, first served. We were the ones who got to know Lin Ling first. These old monsters from the 4th Ring City were at loggerheads with each other. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a member of the Imperial Court, not to mention the fact that he had obtained the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. If the new Azure Emperor was born in the future, there was a high chance that he would be related to Lin Ling. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't miss the chance to befriend Lin Ling. Not only did he come in person, he's even trying to snatch Lin Ling. Without a doubt, today's events were like a miracle to these people. Knowing each other is fate. Since that's the case, why don't we all come to my Yulin City Square for a gathering? Since these people gave him enough face, Lin Ling smiled and said, All right. The manor lords of the 3 divine residences nodded. Among them, Bai Xiaoyang looked at the 2 brothers on the ground and asked curiously, These 2 are your friends, right? Since we've met, let's go together. There's no need. My lords, we really have something to do. The 2 brothers were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even their arrogant big brother looked terrified at this moment. As for the younger brother, Tu Tsuxing, his face was filled with confusion, anxiety, and even fear. Chapter 28-25. Returning home in glory. Not to mention the 2 brothers, even if their father was here, he could only bow respectfully at this moment. At this moment, he just wanted to slap himself in the face. Why was he so stupid before? Lin Ling just smiled. He didn't teach that guy a lesson because he was too lazy to do so. He held Lu Susu's hand and left. They're so compatible. What's funny is that Tokushing actually wants to steal Lin Ling's woman. He's so reckless. That's right. Lin Ling was once the most monstrous genius of the Resplendent Academy. I heard that even the principal of the Resplendent Academy begged Lin Ling to return. They didn't recognize Lin Ling, but the name Lin Ling was like thunder to their ears. The crowd immediately opened up a path for Lin Ling and Lu Susu to leave. Elder Xiaoran kept sucking in a breath of cold air. He never thought that Lin Ling would become so powerful. Fortunately, when he took the initiative to show weakness to Lin Ling didn't hate him as much. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive in a head-on clash. Moreover, Elder Xiaoran felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the first time he met Lin Ling and the current Lin Ling. In fact, Senior Dandelion beside him was the same. If she remembered correctly, the first time she had met Lin Ling was in the Sword Dao department of the academy. Lin Ling had obtained an Emperor-grade Sword Dao, which had aroused her curiosity. And now, she had to look up to her former disciple. Without any suspense, the entire Heavenly Saint Institute was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Regardless of whether it was the geniuses of the academy or the geniuses of the myriad worlds who came to learn martial arts, their eyes were burning with passion. They hoped that one day, they would be as proud as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what happened? As for Lu Susu, she was at a loss. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could see that those respectable existences were very polite to Lin Ling. This made her curious. What exactly did Lin Ling do in Qingzhou? It's just a small matter. Lin Ling replied with a smile. He was already used to all of this. I thought that after reaching the World King realm, I could be proud in front of you. However, with my little strength, I still don't dare to look at you. Lu Susu said dispiritedly. She could guess that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling was simply a monster. Moreover, among all the geniuses from the north, Lin Ling was probably the fastest. Of course, she was also a little proud because such a hero was her boyfriend. Let's not talk about this. You haven't seen Yu and the others for a long time, right? This time, you can catch up. As he thought of Yu and Xianxia, Lin Ling's heart burned with a fiery passion. He quickened his pace and returned to Rainforest City Square. Behind him, the palace masters of the 3 divine palaces followed with smiles on their faces. Although Lin Ling did not treat them very respectfully and treated them as equals, the more this was the case, the more they felt that Lin Ling's future would be extraordinary. My lord, you've returned. I've heard of my lord's fame in Second Ring City. You seized the Qingzhou Imperial Jade Seal. You've given us a great deal of face. Isn't that big sister Susu? Wow, it's been a long time. When Lin Ling returned to Rainforest City Square, everyone was in high spirits. The business of the city square grew increasingly large. When the customers saw Lin Ling, they all respectfully bowed. Obviously, they had long heard that the shopkeeper of Rainforest City Square was a capable person. With just a move of his foot, the entire Qingzhou would be shaken. In fact, the current Lin Ling was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. That night, Rainforest City Square was incomparably lively. People like Sunset Glory, the Grand Secretary, and Vice Principal Gong also came. And now, when they met Lin Ling, they were on the same level as him. Of course, when they were celebrating Lin Ling, Vice Principal Gong also looked at Lin Ling with a bitter expression. It was as if he was brooding over the fact that Lin Ling didn't return to Resplendent Academy. In response, Lin Ling smiled and directly ignored him. Lu Susu's arrival undoubtedly made Yu and Xianxia very happy. The 3 women left early, and no one knew what they were talking about. The women around my lord are all very beautiful. Tisk, when you reach my lord's height, you can also have them. But I think you won't have any hope in this lifetime. Chess boy, are you looking down on me? Lin Ling's former subordinates used the excuse of being drunk and laughed heartily, making the atmosphere more harmonious. In the following days, Lin Ling accompanied Yu and the others. However, Yu somewhat missed Yu and wanted to go back to her hometown. In response, Lin Ling also missed his hometown, so he nodded and agreed. The next day, he brought Yu and Xianxia to the rainforest sacred land. As for Lu Susu, she had just arrived in Qingzhou, so she also went to Resplendent Academy to learn martial arts. When Lin Ling appeared on the Martial God Road, the 2 seniors who used to guard this place looked at Lin Ling in shock. If I remember correctly, you haven't even been in the Martial God world for 1,000 years. Little guy, you are really surprising. One of the middle-aged men exclaimed. He sensed that Lin Ling's strength had reached the late true immortal realm, and if he remembered correctly, this little guy was only at the World King realm not long ago. I was just lucky. Lin Ling bowed to the latter. Even though his strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't see through these 2 people. Moreover, he guessed that these 2 people weren't from Qingzhou, but were from the 9 provinces. This isn't something that can be done by luck. However, our northern territory is really lucky to have such a talent. The middle-aged man smiled and said. He was very fond of Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling also stepped onto the Martial God Road. A moment later, as he smelled the familiar scent and looked at the blue sky, Lin Ling's heart calmed down. Memories of the past also rose up bit by bit. Yu and Xianxia were the same. I miss Dad a little. Xianxia thought of the great Eastern Demon King. Go back. Lin Ling smiled and held the two women's hands as they stepped on the clouds. Right now, he looked like he had returned home in glory. Although he was the only god in the rainforest Holy Land when he returned, there were still many people he had to be wary of. Now, there were obviously fewer of them. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest Holy Land, the entire place was in an uproar. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Xianxia, Lady Shui Wu, and even the Great Eastern Demon King had all rushed over. For a time, the entire rainforest Holy Land was bustling with noise. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and the other two who had returned. They were all very excited, especially Yu and Xianyuange. They hadn't returned since they left the rainforest Holy Land. Now that they had returned, Ancestor Extreme Flame, Lin Yi, and the others were undoubtedly very happy. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 28-26. Fire Spear Realm. On the ground, several figures were thrown down by them. They were the people from the rainforest Holy Land. According to the agreement, the treasures you have to hand over every year should be handed over today. One of the five said with a smile. He was a skinny middle-aged man, and his aura was not weak at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He didn't understand what was going on. They are from the Northern Territory's Fire Spear Realm. They arrived here 3 years ago and then started to bully us. They want us to hand over a certain amount of treasures every year. Most importantly, they seem to have a powerful backer behind them. It could be seen that they had been bullied quite a bit in the past 3 years. They also wanted to inform Lin Ling, but from the mouths of these outsiders, they knew how powerful these people were. Even Lin Ling couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, in the end, they still did not dare to tell Lin Ling. In fact, if Lin Ling hadn't coincidentally met them today, they still wouldn't have told Lin Ling. Fire Spear Realm? Lin Ling's face turned even colder. He didn't know this world, but the other party had dared to bully him. They were simply courting death. Ling, don't be rash. They're no small matter. It's said that they're formed by the gathering of several forces, and the mastermind is even someone from the martial god realm. Ancestor Extreme Flame hurriedly pulled Lin Ling back. He wasn't sure how Lin Ling was doing in the Azure province. He wasn't sure if Lin Ling was a match for these massive forces. Moreover, even though Lin Ling was strong, how could he shake the power of a few? Have you finished your discussion? Have you prepared all the treasures? In the sky, those people were still as cold as ever as they spoke with their hands behind their backs. It's ready. Please wait for a moment, sirs. Ancestor Extreme Flame immediately said, his expression somewhat respectful. What an old fart. Hurry up. However, those people seemed to be very impatient. Seeing this, Lin Ling's fury finally erupted. Without explaining anything to Elderdin, he walked toward the sky. Ling, oh. Father! Lord Lin Ling! Immediately, voices rang out one after another. Everyone began to worry, because as far as they were concerned, those outsiders were extremely formidable. Brathor, seeing Lin Ling walking towards them, the people in the sky were not afraid at all as they spoke nonchalantly. Alas, these people might be giants to Elder Taiyin and the others, but they were ants to Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say more. 10,000 swords shot out, sweeping over like an ocean. Not good, this person is very strong. The martial artists of the Fire Spear boundary immediately reacted and unleashed their ultimate skills. However, it was useless. As soon as the ocean of swords appeared, one of them was chopped into pieces. While the other was still in shock, the sword also took his life. So powerful! What kind of sword is that? The remaining 3 people were even more terrified. In their eyes, Lin Ling was already walking over with a huge ancient sword. What is the Fire Spear realm? Lin Ling's sword swept out, and another expert died. On the ground, everyone was shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. Killing these outsiders was as easy as blowing off dust. The Fire Spear boundary is a powerful boundary in the North Territory. Brat, you dare to kill our people. You're dead. Maybe you'll be happy today, but everyone in the rainforest sacred land will be buried with you. One of the remaining 3 people shouted coldly. In fact, he was also afraid of Lin Ling, so he was afraid of Lin Ling. Nonsense. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at that person. With a slash of his sword, he chopped that person into pieces. You, don't be too arrogant. If the fire spear boundary knows about this, they will definitely mobilize their entire boundary. That's right, it's useless even if you kill them. The fire spear boundary knows that we came to the rainforest sacred land. If we don't return alive, the fire spear boundary will definitely not let you go. The remaining two people's faces turned even paler. I'm very unlucky to tell you that even if the fire spear boundary doesn't come looking for me, I will go looking for them. The cold smile on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth grew even thicker when he heard those words. Killing intent arose in his heart because the fire spear region had touched his reverse scale. Hearing this, the two people's eyes widened. This guy wasn't afraid of the fire spear boundary, but he wanted to take the initiative to come looking for them? They didn't know why, but the more they believed this sentence, the more shocked they were. Could he be the master of this boundary? One of them muttered to himself. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he was already killed by Lin Ling's sword. On the ground, everyone looked at Lin Ling's figure and became excited. For the past 3 years, they had been bullied and humiliated, but when facing the fire spear world, they could only resign themselves to their fate. So when they saw those hateful people from the outside world die, they were instantly overjoyed. "Oh, that's great. As expected of father." Soon, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. However, Xianxia and Elder Extreme Flame looked worried. "Kill them, things are a little troublesome." Then they looked at Lin Ling and said, "Ling, quickly return to the martial god boundary. No matter how strong you are no match for the fire spear boundary." In their opinion, it was impossible for one person to fight against an entire boundary. Then they looked at the crowd and said, "The fire spear boundary will definitely send a large number of experts here. Everyone must be on guard." Looking at the serious Elder Extreme Flame and the others, Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. What happened in the rainforest sacred land, but his grandfather and the others didn't want to tell him, fearing that he would worry. This made him feel even more guilty. Although Lin Ling didn't know what the fire spear boundary was, nor did he know who was behind this boundary, he would definitely settle this matter with his own hands since he was back. "Guard? Why should we guard against it? Tomorrow I will kill my way over." While everyone was discussing, Lin Ling also said firmly. This time, everyone's mouths were wide open, and they looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was going to kill his way over to the fire spear boundary alone? One must know that the fire spear boundary was 100 times stronger than the rainforest sacred land. "Don't worry, a mere fire spear boundary. Lin Ling, don't put it in my eyes." Lin Ling said again, letting Elder Extreme Flame see the determination on Lin Ling's face. He couldn't help but ask, "Ling, they are the cultivators of an entire boundary, and they have a backer behind them." Grandfather, I don't care who they are. If they dare to invade my homeland, I will kill them." Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the cultivators in the rainforest sacred land, and then he said word by word. That determination and decisiveness finally made everyone's hearts surge. Although they didn't know whether Lin Ling was a match for the fire spear boundary, since Lin Ling had decided to fight, then they would accompany Lin Ling. That night, everyone welcomed Lin Ling's return, bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling planned to go to the fire spear boundary tomorrow, so he didn't think too much about it and reminisced with his family and friends. Chapter 28-27. He had arrived at the fire spear world. After talking for a while, Lin Ling suddenly looked at Yu and said, he wanted to let Yu know that their son was going to get married. However, when he asked this question, the entire hall instantly fell silent. This made Lin Ling feel that something was wrong. Isn't your girlfriend Huang Yinger? What's wrong with her?" Yu also sensed something ominous. "Father, she's home." Lin Yi glanced at Ancestor Din and the others, then looked at his father and said. The current him was no longer the same as when he was a child. His chiseled face had a hint of determination, and he also had Lin Ling's silhouette. "What?" Lin Ling frowned. He remembered that were very close, so it was impossible for them to be separated. If they were to be separated, it would be because of external factors. Could it be the fire spear world again? Yu was also enraged. She couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to forcefully separate a couple from each other. It's not them. It's another huge force. It's said to be from the martial god realm. Lin looked at Yu and said. His clear eyes were moist. After Huang Yinger left, he forced a smile in front of everyone, but only in the dead of night would he miss her. However, he was Lin Ling's son. How could he show his weak side? Therefore, he had never mentioned this matter. However, no matter how strong he was, he still became weak after seeing his father. He only wanted to vent the depression in his heart because his father was also his only sky. Bang! Lin Ling slammed his palm on the table, his expression turning even colder. Tell me what happened. Father, is not from the rainforest Holy Land. I met her when I was training. Half a month ago, someone from her family came and took her away by force. They seemed to want her to marry the young master of another huge force. Lin Yi said word by word, Father, it's all my fault. I couldn't protecting her is a good girl. However, her background is not small, so it's none of your business. But don't worry, as long as still likes you, I'll bring her back to you even if she's at the end of the world. After learning the whole story, Lin Ling stepped forward and stroked the back of Lin Yi's head. He knew that during this period, Lin Yi had been forcing himself to be strong. It wasn't that Lin Yi was too weak. The main thing was that his opponents weren't from the rainforest Holy Land. Confrontation. What's more, the ones who took away were people from her family. Lin Yi naturally could not object. Thank you, Father. Lin Yi said excitedly. When he thought of the scene that day, his eyes turned red. That day, people from Er's family came. When they learned about my relationship with they only felt disdain. They said that the rainforest Holy Land was not worthy of her. They even said that we were from the countryside. I'll tell them whether they're worthy or not. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face became even colder. As a father, he was also extremely protective. He wanted to see how powerful Er's family was. Then do you know where they came from? Lin Ling asked again. They said that I was not qualified to know. But that day, people from the fire spear boundary were also there. Perhaps they might know because they were very respectful to Er's family. Lin Yi said. Well, I'll go to the fire spear boundary tomorrow to ask. Lin Ling had also made up his mind. Seeing that Lin Ling had returned and dominated everything again, Ancestor Tai Yen, Emon Yenshin, and Lin Yi's relatives were very gratified, especially Ancestor Tai Yen and Emon Yenshin. They did not expect that Lin Chen's son would still be able to withstand the storm of the rainforest Holy Land today. The next day, Lin Ling left and said, at most 3 days, at least 1 day, I'll be back. This sentence made the people of the rainforest Holy Land excited. Lin Ling was going to face a boundary, and he planned to solve it in 3 days. That was too domineering. Goger and I will take care of the family. Yu and the others were not weak. At this moment, they smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and disappeared from the rainforest Holy Land at the speed of 7 realms. The North Territory was vast and boundless, and it had endless ancient myths. As for where the fire spear boundary was, Lin Ling really did not know. However, he could find the martial artists who were wandering in the Northern Territory and ask them, and he would know. Of course, there were not many warriors wandering in the North Territory, and Lin Ling only found 3 with great difficulty. The 3 of them were not weak, and had reached the 5th level of the True God realm. In the North Territory, every one of them was an existence that dominated everything. 3 sirs, please wait. Time was tight, and Lin Ling did not have time to be courteous. He stopped the 3 of them. The 3 of them were talking, and suddenly being stopped, they were in a bad mood. What do you mean? One of the old men said coldly. Let me ask you a place. Do you know where the fire spear boundary is? Lin Ling said indifferently. Are you crazy? You stopped us just to ask such a small question? Before the old man could speak, a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown frowned. It was obvious that his background was not small. He was the master of a boundary, or even 10 boundaries. Lin Ling laughed, and the 7 boundaries speed exploded. He instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man and grabbed him. This attack was very fast, like thunder and lightning. After grabbing the middle-aged man's neck, the other party could not resist at all because that was the power of 50 boundaries. At this moment, the 3 of them were terrified, knowing that they had met an expert. Senior, the fire spear boundary is in the east. I went there once in the past and left a boundary mark. I will give it to you immediately. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, I hope Senior will spare my life. Now, they did not have the arrogance from before. Lin Ling nodded, and the middle-aged man immediately handed Lin Ling a jade slip. Many boundaries of the North Territory were recorded in it. As long as they had explored before, the location was extremely clear. Thank you. After receiving the boundary mark, Lin Ling disappeared instantly. The 3 of them stood there dumbfounded, thinking that Lin Ling was going to harm them. Until Lin Ling disappeared, they were sweating profusely. How strong, I can't see through his strength at all. Yes, and most importantly, he is very young. He hasn't cultivated for more than 2,000 years. When did such a powerhouse appear in the North Territory? They spoke one after another. After a moment of lingering fear, they quickly left. And at this time, Lin Ling was rushing towards the fire spear boundary. After half a day, he finally arrived. He discovered that the fire spear boundary was more than twice as large as the rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, there were many powerhouses here, all of them at the World King realm. No wonder the fire spear boundary was so arrogant. This was because the rainforest Holy Land had no more than 10 world kings. Chapter 28:28. Walking right into a trap. Master of the fire spear world? A true immortal realm expert. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lin Ling's soul power was the strongest in the world, but that bit of strength was nothing to Lin Ling. At this moment, in the fire spear world, rolling flames were burning on the ground. A large number of experts were gathered here, and they were all looking at a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. This person was wearing fire armor, and he was imposing without being angry. That kind of strength made it difficult for the surrounding people to breathe. Hunter World, the treasures you handed in this year didn't reach the standard. Do you want to make the Fire Spear Emperor angry? An old voice sounded in the hall, causing the expert from the Hunter World to tremble. He hurriedly said, within a month, the missing treasures will be delivered to our door. I hope the Fire Spear Emperor won't take his anger out on our Hunter World. Clearly, this martial artist was also being coerced. At this moment, he was also frightened. Okay. The old man looked at the Fire Spear Emperor with his eyes closed, and he nodded. He then looked at a thin youth on the other side and said, Dragon Change World, what about the treasures you have to hand in this year? Give in 3 days. The youth originally didn't want to give, so he personally came to the Fire Spear World to see how powerful the experts here were. However, after seeing clearly, he didn't dare to not give. Moreover, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Because after opening a door, their Dragon Change World also had to hand in treasures every year. At least you know what's good for you. The old man nodded again. His gaze swept across the experts from various worlds, and he said indifferently, according to the news, the rainforest Holy Land refused to hand in treasures and killed our people. They've already violated a great taboo. Hearing this, everyone's face changed slightly. They had heard of the rainforest Holy Land, but this world wasn't very strong. Who knew that the other party dared to kill people from the Fire Spear World? They were dead. Our Fire Spear World doesn't like to do things that anger the heavens and people, but rules are rules, and no one can violate them. Therefore, the entire rainforest Holy Land will be destroyed, and this world will also be destroyed. The old man said again. This was to make an example out of them. Sure enough, the experts from various worlds were all shocked. The entire world will be destroyed? Was this the consequence of refusing? But right at this moment, the entire Fire Spear World suddenly shook and fell into chaos. Immediately after, a martial artist rushed into the main hall in a sorry state and shouted, Not good, The rainforest Holy Lands people have killed their way into the Fire Spear world and want to see the Fire Spear Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the Fire Spear Emperor opened his eyes at this moment, and a wisp of white flames flickered within his eyes. Why are you so agitated? Tell me, how many people did they send? The old man knew that the Fire Spear Emperor was in a bad mood, so he quickly asked. The old man bitterly smiled and looked at the Fire Spear Emperor. Only one person. What? At this moment, the entire hall was filled with cries of surprise. The Fire Spear world had countless powerhouses, and World King Realm powerhouses were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Moreover, there were even true Divinity Realm powerhouses. Yet, the other party had only sent a single person? If it wasn't for the anxious look on the person's face, they would have thought that he was joking. Pung ping pung. But at this time, the main hall's doors were smashed open and several figures rushed in, their faces filled with panic. Your Majesty, this is bad. That person has killed his way in. In the entire Fire Spear Empire, no one can stop him. At this time, even the Fire Spear Emperor's complexion changed. This was because the one who spoke was one of his generals, a third-level True Divinity Realm powerhouse. What is his strength? You have over 20 True Divinity Realm powerhouses, yet you can't stop a single person. The Fire Spear Emperor finally spoke. We can't stop him. His speed is too fast and his sword is terrifying. With a single sword, a True Divinity Realm powerhouse can be chopped apart like vegetables. The person immediately replied. As these words fell, everyone's complexions changed once more. When had such a terrifying powerhouse been born in the Northlands? Moreover, this powerhouse came from the rainforest Holy Land. This made them feel as if they were dreaming. Have all the True Divinity Realm powerhouses return. I don't believe that someone from a mere backwater world can shake our world. The Fire Spear Emperor didn't dare to underestimate this newcomer and coldly said. Everyone received their orders and hurriedly passed down the message. On the other hand, a cold smile appeared on the corners of the Fire Spear Emperor's mouth. Presently, there were emissaries from all the worlds here, so their Fire Spear world absolutely couldn't lose face. Otherwise, who would hand over treasures in the future? Moreover, even though that person's strength wasn't bad, he didn't believe that person could stop all the True Divinity Realm powerhouses of the entire Fire Spear world. So, he was waiting for that person to walk right into the trap. Your Majesty, what happened? What? Someone charged into the Fire Spear world? After a short moment, numerous domineering voices resounded, and then numerous figures instantly appeared in the hall. They were the True Divinity Realm powerhouses that had received the order to come here. If one looked carefully, there were over 100 of them. This caused the emissaries from all the worlds to gasp. As expected of the Fire Spear world's deep reserves, all the experts of the world have gathered here. It saves me the trouble of searching everywhere. However, right at this moment, a voice resounded in the sky, and it was like a thunderclap that resounded in everyone's ears. Rumble. After that, the roof of the entire grand hall was forcefully lifted open, and a figure in a blue and white robe floated down. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, this person was very young. However, the Fire Spear Emperor laughed instead, and his smile was very cold. Kid, you know that there's a tiger in the mountain, yet you still go there. I have to say that you've already fallen into our trap. Although he was surprised by this person's age, they had gathered all the experts of the Fire Spear world, so they weren't afraid at all. You're still too inexperienced. The old man beside the Fire Spear Emperor laughed sinisterly at this moment. As for the True Divinity Realm experts gathered in the hall, they revealed playful smiles as well. This young man seemed to not know that he was already a ferocious tiger trapped in a large net, and no matter how ferocious he was, he couldn't break free from it. Shockingly, this person was Lin Ling. He looked at the sneering crowd and suddenly understood what they meant. This caused him to reveal a cold smile. Looks like you still don't understand who's the prey. As soon as he finished speaking, icy cold killing intent started to spread out. Under everyone's gazes, An ocean of swords appeared and transformed into an enormous ancient sword, and then the young man carried it on his shoulder. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Even the Fire Spear Emperor was secretly surprised, and he licked his lips as he stared at the sword. This sword, I want it. He could clearly see that the sword was extraordinary. Your Majesty, I'll take it for you. One of the men with a violent temper directly attacked at this moment. You want my sword? Fine, it's yours. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a playful light, and the giant sword in his hand was thrown over. Boom! Chapter 28-29. They kicked an iron plate. What sword is that? The Fire Spear Empire's people were shocked because they had seen swords before, but it was their first time seeing someone being smashed to death by a sword. He's obviously not a weakling, but I have 81 narrow claw needles. Even a late-stage true immortal realm expert's dantian and bones would be locked. Wait for me to sneak attack him. In a corner, an old man laughed sinisterly. However, how could his little trick be hidden from Lin Ling? To put it bluntly, Lin Ling was an expert they had to look up to in their lifetime. No matter what they did, it was useless. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted, and a huge sword flew over. He held it in his hand, then slashed toward a corner of the hall. The old man who tried to sneak attack saw the huge sword slashing toward him, and his expression changed drastically. You, how did you find me? That little trick of yours is nothing but a feather to me. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Stop him. Seeing this, the other true immortal realm experts roared, but what greeted them was a sword that could wipe out an army of 1,000. Against these true immortal realm experts, Lin Ling didn't even need to use martial arts. It was enough to rely on the tyrannical song sword and the god devil body. Who can you stop me if I want to kill? Everyone heard the disdainful voice, and then the huge sword slashed, and the dozen true immortal realm experts were all killed. Is this guy a late-stage true immortal realm expert? At this moment, the Fire Spear Emperor's mouth trembled. He thought that the young man was prey, but now, he felt that he was the prey. Kill him with all your might. The Fire Spear Emperor roared, and all the experts moved out, pouncing toward Lin Ling. As for the envoys from various realms, they all hid far away, looking at this scene in horror. They thought that the Fire Spear Emperor was a mountain that they couldn't surpass in their lifetime, but who knew that the young man's strength was even greater than the mountain? When did such a fierce man come to the rainforest sacred land? Ignorant, foolish. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything more. His great sword slashed out viciously. All of his martial arts, talents, and powerful weapons had been cut apart by a single slash. This was a real sword breaking all techniques. Those true immortal realm experts were all killed. The entire process didn't even last for 3 incense sticks. There were less than 5 experts from the Fire Spear Empire. What terrifying strength! Even in the martial god realm, he is definitely not a nameless existence. Emperor, the Fire Spear Emperor's voice was filled with bitterness. He finally knew the terrifying truth. This young man was not someone he could provoke. This immortal was immortal realm expert. The Fire Spear Emperor hurriedly knelt and said. The other 4 did the same. They were completely terrified. This is the insufferably arrogant Fire Spear Emperor. This scene had undoubtedly blinded the eyes of the envoys from the various realms. Let me ask you a few questions. First, who is that behind you? Lin Ling sheathed his sword and looked at the Fire Spear Emperor. The Fire Spear Emperor didn't dare to hide anything, and he even wanted to say that he was a descendant to save his life. It's a senior called Immortal Plum Sword. Immortal Plum Sword? Lin Ling murmured to himself, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Qing province, how could he not recognize her? He had killed 2 of her disciples in the past, and this bitch didn't dare to attack him. Instead, she attacked his family. She was courting death. And the ancient commanderies, Grand Court Commandery and Only Me Commandery. When the Fire Spear Emperor saw that Lin Ling was thinking, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid. In fact, in his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was no match for Immortal Plum Sword and Grand Court Commandery. Therefore, he was getting more and more courageous. Lin Ling's eyes flickered again. He didn't expect the two commanderies to attack him again. Last time, the two commanderies tried to assassinate him, and Lin Ling hadn't gotten his revenge yet. Second question, my daughter-in-law, Huang Yinger, who took her away? Lin Ling asked again. Huang Yinger. The Fire Spear Emperor immediately frowned, but the old man beside him had obviously seen Huang Yinger before. He quickly said, this Huang Yinger is from the Great Return world in the West world. Her background is not small, much bigger than our Fire Spear world. However, someone came to propose marriage. It was a young master from the Grand Court Commandery, so the Great Return world's master also forced Huang Yinger to marry that young master. This is beneficial to the Great Return world. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A young master from Grand Court Commandery was trying to steal his daughter-in-law? I know that there's a young man in the Rainforest Holy Land who has a good relationship with Huang Yinger. Unfortunately, that young man is a toad. How can he compare to the young master from Grand Court Commandery? And if I remember correctly, their wedding is in 3 days. It's a pity that we don't have the qualifications to attend such a big wedding, otherwise we wouldn't miss such a good show. The old man continued. The young man you're talking about is my son. However, Lin Ling looked at the elder with a cold smile. The elder's pupils constricted, and he seemed to feel that he had said something wrong. Lin Ling didn't want to explain anything and continued, no wonder you deliberately targeted the Rainforest Holy Land. I knew it. There are so many realms in the north boundary, and even if you wanted to plunder treasures, you wouldn't choose the Rainforest Holy Land. Senior, what kind of treasures could there be in a rural place like the Rainforest Holy Land? If it weren't for those experts' orders, and making the Rainforest Holy Land a nightmare, we wouldn't have attacked the Rainforest Holy Land. However, those experts aren't people we can provoke, so we can only do as they say. At this moment, the Fire Spear Emperor stood up. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Did I ask you to stand up? However, Lin Ling said coldly. The latter was stunned and asked subconsciously, Senior, aren't you afraid of those experts? What a joke. I can tell you that not only am I not afraid, I want to kill them. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very cold, and his words made the hearts of the Fire Spear Emperor and the others tremble. This young man dared to kill the powerful forces of Qing province. Was he crazy? Maybe you don't believe it, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see that scene. Then Lin Ling raised his sword. Senior, you promised not to kill me. The Fire Spear Emperor immediately knelt down again and even almost slapped himself. It turned out that this young man wasn't afraid at all. He thought too much. Did I say that? Lin Ling sneered. These people weren't good people. Of course, if they wanted to bully the nearby realms, Lin Ling didn't care. However, of all things, they shouldn't have attacked the Rainforest Holy Land. For you, the Fire Spear Empire will mobilize the power of the entire empire and won't let you go. Seeing that they couldn't escape death, the Fire Spear Emperor and the others roared. I am the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Marshal, a member of the Imperial Court, the first-generation king. Lin Ling said indifferently, and the Fire Spear Emperor's eyes widened. He hadn't heard of the other names that Lin Ling said, but he naturally knew what the title of Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Marshal meant. This was a powerful title that could summon countless soldiers of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Chapter 2830. One move to destroy the world. Rumble. Unfortunately, any regret was useless because they had already gone to hell to regret. Lin Ling had taken their lives with one sword. Senior, my lord, we're not from the Fire Spear Empire. We're from another realm and were forced to come here. Senior, please spare my life. I'll kneel before you. The envoys from the other realms immediately knelt down in panic. Today, they were invited by the Fire Spear Emperor, and the Fire Spear Emperor also wanted to prove his strength in front of them as an example to others. However, before this example could even begin, the Fire Spear Emperor and all his subordinates had been killed. This matter was simply too shocking. Leave this place. Lin Ling would definitely not kill these innocent people. He took a step forward and walked toward the sky. And these people wished they could grow another pair of legs and leave the Fire Spear realm as soon as possible. The Rainforest Sacred Land's backer is actually so strong. Their minds were buzzing. Most of them had heard of the Rainforest Sacred Land, but they had always thought it was a rural place. But now it was still a rural place? The person behind this was so terrifying that not many people in the north would dare to provoke him. Kill! Kill! At this moment, all the experts in the Fire Spear realm were on the move. They did not know that the Fire Spear Emperor was dead, but they saw that there were intruders, so the entire realm was on the move. However, there were many of them, and they were so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. Seeing this scene, the other realm envoys' mouths trembled, as if they were afraid that they would not be able to escape. What a bunch of pitiful people! However, Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his left hand. His whole body emitted raging flames, and circles of flame wheels began to spread out. Finally, his left hand held a huge fireball. Snakes and rats alike, what's the use of not dying? Kill! He gently threw the flame wheel in his hand to the ground, and it was like a meteor crashing into the earth. In fact, when the fireball was thrown, the martial artists who were rushing over were already panicking, because the rolling fireball gave them great pressure, as if they were seeing the end of the world. They all started to run. However, could they be faster than the flame wheel? When the giant fireball began to suppress the earth, the entire Fire Spear world was filled with flames that soared into the sky. The earth trembled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Then, resplendent fireworks bloomed on the ground and in the sky. It was beautiful and incomparably dazzling. This caused the emissaries of the various realms to suck in a breath of cold air. However, in the next moment, the earth split open, the sky collapsed, and the Fire Spear realm was completely destroyed. One move to destroy a world. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out, and after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everything in front of him turned into nothingness. There was only the chaos of the universe and the pieces of rubble floating in the void. The Fire Spear world was no longer there. This. The emissaries of the various realms witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they finally understood what it meant when a powerhouse was enraged. All of this was too dreamy and unreal for them, and they might not be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. They couldn't help but carefully look at Lin Ling, who was not too far away. They discovered that the youth was expressionless, as if he was used to this. This let them know that this youth was an ambitious and ruthless individual. One move wiping out a realm, for him, was as easy as flipping his hand. In the chaos of the universe, there were countless realms. When one realm was destroyed, another would be born in another place. To a powerhouse, realms were indeed just associate. Grand Court Commandery, my commandery, the immortal plum sword. Moreover, this Grand Court Commandery's young noble is purposely trying to embarrass me. Lin Ling, fine, I'll play with you. At this moment, Lin Ling murmured to himself, and his body moved, disappearing from the spot. Lin Ling knew very well that the Grand Court Commandery's young noble did not like Huang Yinger. However, after hearing that Huang Yinger was his daughter-in-law, he immediately snatched her away and purposely wanted to embarrass Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling would let them know what it meant to be worthy or not. With the speed of 7 realms, Lin Ling traveled through the void. After half a day, he returned to the sacred rainforest. At this moment, night had already fallen in the sacred rainforest. However, on the ground, the lanterns had just been lit, and no one was resting. They were all waiting for the return of their legend. This was because they were also worried about Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was facing a powerhouse from a world. I'm back. However, after arriving at the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling let out a long roar that pierced through the heavens and earth. He was telling everyone that they did not need to worry. Lin Ling had returned safely. Sure enough, after that roar, everyone rushed out of the street and looked at the man floating in the sky through the night. They instantly became excited. Some of the elders and children even had tears in their eyes. Their myths had returned safely. Ling, oh, father! The extreme flame ancestor and the others also rushed out. In fact, they had been waiting in the main hall for Lin Ling. Grandfather, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I achieved my goal of going to the fire spear boundary. After landing on the ground, Lin Ling hurriedly smiled and said, Good. It's good that you're back. How is the fire spear boundary? Did they compromise? The extreme flame ancestor immediately asked. No, they didn't compromise. From now on, the fire spear boundary will no longer exist. That boundary was destroyed by me. Lin Ling explained with a smile. After hearing this, the extreme flame ancestor and the others were stunned. An entire boundary was destroyed? This was something that only existed in legends. Legends were legends, but they didn't think it was possible at all. Even Yu Yu's group was shocked. Since when did Lin Ling's power increase so much? They didn't know that after the trip to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Lin Ling's power had more than doubled compared to before. First Generation King. This was not a title for nothing. One person destroyed an entire boundary. I finally saw what it means to be an expert. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at the time and couldn't see His Excellency's glory. I see that His Excellency isn't injured at all. I'm afraid he could easily destroy a boundary. This brat is becoming more and more frightening. His old friends, Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and even Xian Yuanger's father, the Eastern Devil King, were all looking up at Lin Ling. In fact, they all knew that Lin Ling would become a great character in the future. However, they didn't expect for Lin Ling to not be weaker than others in the Azure Province. One person destroyed an entire boundary. Sai, in the past, Grandpa could still guess your strength, but now, you've gone further and further. The extreme flame ancestor sighed. He was also curious about what Lin Ling experienced in the Azure Province to change so much. No matter how much I've changed, I'm still your grandson, Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made Elder Taiyan smile in relief. That was right. No matter what kind of cultivator Lin Ling had become, he was still his loyal grandson. The others also laughed. An expert who could destroy a boundary with a flip of his hand was someone they needed to look up to and respect. They might not even be able to meet one in their lifetime. But now, such an expert was talking and laughing with them without putting on any airs. This was a blessing for them. Come here. Chapter 28:31. Get ready for the wedding. Yes, father. Lin Yi nodded and walked forward. Lin Ling felt like he was in a dream as he looked at Lin Yi, who was about the same height as his son. The memories of Lin Yi's childhood were still playing in his mind. My daughter-in-law, I've found her. Furthermore, we'll be getting married tomorrow. Lin Ling then told him everything he knew. What? Lin Yi's face suddenly became gloomy. Lin Ling could see that this kid seemed to want to snatch the bride. His temperament was the same as his. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was a true man. However, as a father, if there was something his son couldn't do, a father would naturally have to block the wind and rain for him. The Western world. No wonder I thought Ing-Er was well educated. She has a powerful background. Compared to the Great Return world, our rainforest holy land is like a backwater place. Elder Taiyan sighed. You're just a small world in the Western world. You have no right to be arrogant. However, Lin Ling said with disdain. His words made everyone's eyes narrow. Everyone, get ready. We're going to fetch the bride. However, Lin Ling's next words struck everyone as if they had been struck by lightning. They also knew that Ing-Er had been summoned back by her family to marry the son of a large commandery. This was not something they could resist. There were not many realms in the north that could resist this. But now Lin Ling said that he was going to fetch the bride? Dad, is what you said true? Lin Yi suddenly became a little excited. As a father, how can I watch someone steal my son's fiancée? So, even if it's Emperor Qing, if he dares to steal my daughter-in-law, I'll kill him. Lin Ling said word by word. He had always been protective of his family and friends. Father, you're so nice. Lin Yi was overjoyed and quickly hugged Lin Ling. This was his father. How domineering! Elder Taiyan and the others were also ecstatic and proud. Although he didn't know how Lin Ling would greet the bride, Lin Ling always did what he said. Yu and the others happily surrounded Lin Ling. This was their husband, this was the head of the family. This girl, would sooner or later become a member of the Lin family. We'll set off tomorrow. I'll take you to the martial god world. Lin Ling said again, then went into seclusion. Everyone was in high spirits. It was as if they were celebrating the new year. The atmosphere was joyous. Every household began to prepare the Shi character, preparing to host Lin Yi's wedding. The purpose of Lin Ling's seclusion this time was to activate another function of the time and space divine steel. It had to be known that the time and space divine steel had the ability to teleport. For example, in Qing province, Lin Ling could use the time and space divine steel to reach the flame world fragment and return to his evil flame sect. Therefore, he planned to use the space-time divine steel to send Lin Yi and the others to Azure Prefecture. And in the martial god world, those without the world origin seed could not walk the path of the martial god, but the time and space divine steel could avoid the path of the martial god. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. A black ancient steel floated in front of him. His soul power enveloped it like water. The jade pendant that Grandma Wendao gave me gives me a 60% chance of breaking through to the true god realm. Right now, I can clearly feel the aura emitted by the jade pendant quietly changing my denon. The Azure Emperor's jade seal fragment is starting to change color. Activating a new function of the time and space divine steel was not difficult for Lin Ling. What surprised him was that the Azure Emperor's jade seal fragment was actually changing. It was originally a simple stone, but at this moment, it had a faint golden light. Because this stone could become the Azure Emperor's jade seal. There was light in front of him, which meant that the stone was changing into the Azure Emperor's jade seal. But Lin Ling thought that he did not seem to have done anything to this fragment. Could it be because I killed a lot of people? Lin Ling thought of what had happened during this period of time. His biggest impression was naturally the destruction of the fire spear world. This made him wonder, could it be that the fragment could only become the jade seal by killing people? If that was the case, Lin Ling did not want this jade seal. He, Lin Ling, only had a 50% chance of becoming the Azure Emperor. Now that he was asked to become a murderous demon, he could not do it. Although he had killed many people in this life, most of them were people he had to kill. He would never implicate the innocent. This was also his principle. The next day, Lin Ling came out of seclusion and activated the black divine steel of time and space. It was like a giant pagoda had appeared on the ground, and there was a door in the pagoda. Lin Ling had Elder Ting and the others enter one after another. I, Lin Ling, am marrying a wife. No matter what, I have to make it grand. So this time, I will definitely bring my daughter-in-law back. Everyone, prepare to welcome the bride at home. When he left, Lin Ling looked at Lord Watermist and the others and said, Sir, go on. We will be at home. Lord Watermist and the others laughed and waved goodbye. After Lin Ling and the others left, they also became busy. The entire rainforest sacred land, the human race, the demon race, and even the celestial race, began to prepare to welcome the bride. This was because this was the wedding day of the legendary child of the rainforest sacred land. It could be said that the entire world was moved. Lin Ling had done so much for the rainforest sacred land and protected them time and time again. So, this was the only way they could repay Lin Ling. The time and space divine steel passed through the void and appeared under an ancient green mountain. When everyone walked out of the time and space divine steel, they were all shocked and very excited. I feel that the spiritual chi here is even denser. Elder Taiyan was the most excited because he did not expect to step into the end of the martial path in this life. And this was the core of the myriad worlds, where the strongest martial artists gathered. It was the place that every martial artist dreamed of. What a mysterious feeling. Linny was the same. He was excited. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was holding a piece of jade and said to the jade, Sir Huangfu, there is something that requires the 6 barracks to do. In one day, all of you must arrive at Tating Commandery. Moreover, everyone must wear festive clothes. Of course, it would be best if you could make me a beautiful sedan chair. TSK, Sir Lin Ling, you have a big operation again. Okay, I will solve it for you immediately. Laughter came from the other side. Obviously, the 6 barracks loved and respected the commander-in-chief who liked to break the rules. Brother Bai Xiaoyong, my son is getting married. I wonder if you can do me the honor of coming? This is a big event. Where is it? I will be there immediately. Vice Principal Gong, my family has a happy occasion. I wonder if you are there? Gosh, you are telling me about your family's happy occasion. You treat me like family. Of course, where is your family? Even if it is in the Crimson Province, I will rush over. Oh right, I will bring the principal with me. It will be grand. Up to you. Chapter 28:32. The one I like is Lin. Lin Ling doted on Huang Yinger, but he didn't have a good impression of her family. As they watched Lin Ling speak non-stop into the voice transmission jade tablet, Elder Tin and the others were stunned. Who did Lin Ling contact? Only Yu and the others kept smiling. They were very happy with Lin Ling's actions, because their son's wedding couldn't be careless. All right, after tomorrow, prepare to welcome the bride. This is the most important thing in your life. Are you ready? After everything was settled, Lin Ling looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Father! Looking at what his father had done for him, Lin Yi was so touched that his eyes were wet. All right, don't cry in front of so many people. Remember, I'm your father. If you can't solve the problem, I can solve it for you. However, don't rely on me too much. Otherwise, you won't be able to become an indomitable spirit. Lin Ling said. The group continued forward. Their destination was the martial gods' camp. As for the fire embryo city of the Grand Court Commandery, it was also bustling with noise and excitement. Lanterns were hung in every house with the word, "She," pasted on them. Because tomorrow was the wedding day of their city lord's son. Speaking of which, the son of the governor was also a rare genius in Tating Commandery. He was one of the top 10 talents in Tating Commandery. His marriage had undoubtedly alarmed the entire city. In the city lord's mansion, a handsome young man was drinking wine with a smile on his face. Young Master Tai Chunyang, you're really something. Huang Yinger is from the Great Return realm. There are a lot of divine gems in their realm. After becoming in-laws, our Tating Commandery will also gain a lot of benefits. An old man who looked like a housekeeper said with a smile. Humph, they have also gained a lot of benefits. Now that they can become in-laws with our Tating Commandery, they can also dominate the nearby realms. However, a middle-aged man in his 40s snorted. He was the governor of Fire Embryo City and a direct descendant of Tating Commandery. Indeed, the Great Return realm is filled with some lowly bloodlines, so they can't wait to get closer to us. That's their fortune. The butler quickly flattered. Father, that Huang Yinger has another origin. However, the young man named Tai Chunying drank his wine and smiled. Then, he saw his father's confusion and explained, she is the woman of Lin Ling's son. Lin Ling. In Tating Commandery, the name Lin Ling was known by everyone. This seems to be troublesome. The governor's expression changed slightly. Back then, when Lin Ling massacred the Tating Commandery, he was also present and knew how domineering Lin Ling was. What are you afraid of? No matter how domineering Lin Ling is, do you think he dares to steal a woman? Marriage is consensual, so he can't control it. Moreover, I heard from Brother Sunbone that Lin Ling has offended many people in Fifth Ring City. I don't think he will live for more than a year. The young man laughed disdainfully and said, Lin Ling is just lucky. If you give me 3 years, I will also surpass him. Since Sunbone has spoken, it should be fine. Hearing this, the governor's expression relaxed. Especially when he thought of the agreement between Lin Ling and Tating Commandery that they would not interfere with each other's business, he was even more fearless. Unfortunately, he did not know that Tating Commandery had sent people to assassinate Lin Ling. That agreement was not something Lin Ling cared about. Father, don't be too nervous. His Majesty doesn't know about this. I want to wait until the rice is cooked before reporting to His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty will be very happy and will definitely reward us. Tai Chunyang said again, because stealing the woman of Lin Ling's son is a different way of humiliating Lin Ling. Good, ha. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Chunyang, you have done a good job. The governor could not help but laugh. Then the hall was filled with laughter. They could imagine that in the future, when they walked past Lin Ling with Huang Yinger, Lin Ling's face would be very ugly, and he would not be able to do anything about it. However, in their excitement, they did not know that even if they did not marry Huang Yinger, Lin Ling would still kill his way to tating commandery. Therefore, their actions had sped up the pace of their deaths. Time passed quietly. The next day, on the other side of Huiyuan City, the atmosphere was also jubilant. The sound of firecrackers could be heard from time to time. According to the rules, the bride and the bride were not allowed to meet before the wedding. On the day of the wedding, the bride had to welcome the bride at her parents' home. However, Huang Yinger's hometown was too far away, so tating commandery arranged for them to wait in Huiyuan City for Tai Chunyang to welcome the bride. In one of the rooms, there was a woman who looked to be about 20 years old. At this moment, her face was covered in tears, and the rouge on her face had been melted by her tears. Miss, what's wrong with marrying into tating commandery? I have seen that young master. He is handsome and strong. This is the blessing of our great return world. The maid beside her said, shaking her head. If you want to marry, you marry him. I like Lin. The woman said, sniffling. The maid said disdainfully, Lin Yi is nothing. He can't compare with young master Tai Chunyang. He is just a boy from the countryside. I'm afraid he has never been to the martial god realm. Even if his father is the master of a realm, he is just a rich man in the countryside. Look at tating commandery. It is different. The martial god realm is the dream place of warriors. They can also use a powerful bounded domain to bring us here. This is their ability. Mississippi, Xiao Yan, I have been away for a few years. You have changed. Mississippi, hearing this, the woman frowned and looked at her maid. It is not me who has changed. It is you who has changed. You have been blinded by false promises. You should know that the rainforest Holy Land is worse than the Great Return World, let alone the tating commandery. It is one of the 4 great commanderies. The maid still shook her head, thinking that her miss was too silly. Xiao Yan, stop talking. Mississippi, apparently, the woman did not want to talk anymore. She looked at the jade pendant in her hand and immediately thought of the young man she met during her training. They had gone through ups and downs together and had unforgettable memories. She liked Lin Yi and missed him very much. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. In this world where the strong were respected, strength was everything. Without strength, one could not even be the master of one's own future. Obviously, she was a chess piece sacrificed by her family in order to become stronger. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Then a woman in a fiery red robe strode in and kicked the maid away. The maid hit the wall and fainted. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She was very beautiful. The outline between her eyebrows was similar to Huang Yinger's. However, she was not as obedient as Huang Yinger. Sister. Sister. Looking at the woman, Huang Yinger could not help but exclaim. Chapter 28:33. A huge wedding procession. The woman took Huang Yinger's hand and walked outside. Yinger, I'll take you away. For your happiness, you don't have to believe the master anymore. Sister. 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 Huang Yinger couldn't believe it, but she followed the woman. Obviously, she didn't want to marry Tai Chunyang. However, the woman had come at the wrong time. Today was the day of the wedding. Outside the inn, a large number of people from the Huang family had already gathered. When Huang Yinger and the others walked down, a large number of people had already stopped them. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He said coldly, Huang Xian, you're making trouble. Father! 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 Seeing this, the red-robed woman's eyes trembled, but she still raised her head and said, Yinger already has someone she likes, and I've seen him. He's sincere and good. Why do you want to break them up? Is the family situation more important than your daughter's happiness? Sigh. Sigh. Father. Hearing this, the middle-aged man wasn't so cold anymore. Some things are beyond our control. Yinger's marriage was decided by the master. As her father, I can't change anything. Father. You're not a man. Father. The red-robed woman scolded angrily. Tai Chunyang doesn't like Yinger at all. This is a deal. You know it's a deal, but you don't dare to stand out and say anything. You're a coward. Father. You're right. Father. The middle-aged man was still not angry. He said, unfortunately, it doesn't change anything. We, the Huang family, have to think for the future of the Huang family. Men, catch Huang Xian, and punish her by sending her to the family purgatory for 3 years. Father. Father, I agree to marry Tai Chunyang. Don't punish my sister. Father. Seeing this scene, the well-behaved Huang Yinger immediately cried and said, Yinger. Father. The red-robed woman also cried with heartache. The siblings hugged each other because they were both sacrifices of the family. Seeing this, the middle-aged man was also heartbroken. He sighed and said, I'm sorry. I can only say that Lin Yi doesn't have a good father and a good background. However, compared to the middle-aged man's helplessness, the other members of the Huang family were disdainful. They were already waiting for the wedding procession from Tating Commandery. However, at this moment, the sound of firecrackers came from afar. Then, the wedding procession came from afar. Dong dong dong. Clang clang clang. The deafening sound of gongs and drums shook the entire city. Moreover, the number of people in this wedding procession was simply beyond imagination. Looking from afar, the crowd was densely packed. There were probably more than 100,000 people. Amidst the endless sea of people, a group of people wearing red robes carried a bridal sedan and arrived. Seeing that, the members of the Huang family were all overjoyed. What a grand scene. The elder from the Huang family even said to Huang Yinger and her sister, Do you see that? To be able to summon so many experts in Qing province, he must be your future husband. Take a look at how strong those people are. Not to mention so many of them, even one of them would be an overlord in the Great Return realm. They were obviously very excited, and their faces were greatly raised. So many people. Even Huang Yu's father was the same. But Tai Chunyang and the others don't seem to be able to summon so many people. Moreover, those people are even stronger than the city governor's guards. However, the surrounding martial artists of Grand Court Commandery let out exclamations of surprise. Their words made the members of the Huang family tongue-tied. They must be Tai Chunyang's men. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person summon so many people? However, the elder from the Huang family was still convinced. At the same time, the city governor also walked out. He bowed slightly to the sky and said, May I ask if you are Tai Lisho's men? Tai Lisho was Tai Chunyang's father. It was obvious that he was not too sure if this grand wedding procession was Tai Chunyang's men. Tai Lisho? Where did this old dog come from? I don't know him. In front of the wedding procession, an elder wearing a festive red robe said disdainfully. At this moment, the people on the ground were in an uproar. Could it be that this wedding procession was not Tai Chunyang's men? But where did they come from, and who were they here to welcome? Perhaps they were just passing by. Who are you to block the road? Do you want to die? The elder said again. This made the city governor a little unhappy because the elder's tone did not give them any face. Sir, you don't seem to know that this is the territory of Grand Court Commandery. The city governor suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Thank you for reminding me. I know now. However, just as the city governor finished speaking, the elder flicked his finger. Then, a beam of boundary essence shot out and penetrated the city governor's forehead. Plop. When the city governor fell to the ground, the whole city was silent. The city governor was an expert of the 3rd level of True God realm. However, the elder killed him with a single finger. Most importantly, he attacked in the territory of Grand Court Commandery. How arrogant! This elder is so strong. Could he be the person behind this wedding procession? I don't think so. The people beside him are not weaker than him. What a powerful background. Why are they here? The people discussed animatedly and their hearts continued to tremble. Huangfu, old man, today is a big day. Who told you to bleed? You've offended the Lord. You're dead. At this time, a person beside the elder reprimanded. He was also an old man in his 50s. However, his spine was straight and he looked energetic. Hee, although it's a big day, the Lord has said that anyone who blocks the road will be killed. The elder who attacked previously said with a faint smile. His words were domineering, causing the whole city to tremble like cicadas in winter. Clang, 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 clang. Just like that, the magnificent wedding procession arrived on the ground. No one in the city dared to speak. Even their breathing slowed down. They looked at the procession that was beyond their imagination and wanted to know why they were here. Under the Lord's orders, we're here to welcome the bride. The elder looked at the crowd majestically and finally spat out a sentence. Now that the city governor was dead, the person in charge was no doubt from the Huang family. Huang Yinger's father quickly walked out and said, "I wonder who the Lord is marrying? Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" He still thought that the others were just passing by. After all, apart from the royal family of Qingzhou, no ordinary person was qualified to have such a grand wedding procession. The bride is Huang Yinger. However, the elder's words were shocking and he said again, "Yinger? Why is it her? Isn't she Tai Chunyang's fiancée? They're snatching the bride." Without any suspense, the whole city was in an uproar. No one was unmoved. Huang Yinger's father's expression changed drastically. Before he could say anything, the elder beside him said, "Lord, are you mistaken? What? Are we not worthy?" The elder glanced at the Huang family and said, At this time, the people of the Huang family laughed bitterly. Were they still not worthy? Hundreds of thousands of people came to welcome the bride, and all of them were indomitable powerhouses. If that was the case, it would be the Huang family's blessing. Chapter 28:34. Worthy or not? The old man from the Huang family didn't know what to say. It seems that the dowry is too little. The old man smiled and waved his hand. At the back of the group, more than a dozen people in festive robes carried large and small parcels. They placed them on the ground and opened them. Swoosh! The divine crystals, which were filled with dense spiritual energy, immediately dispersed. Among them, there were also pill bottles of various colors. Disaster-releasing pill? That's for breaking through to the World King realm. Is that the legendary human ring pill? It's used by experts and can quickly recover spiritual energy. These pills are priceless, and there are countless divine crystals. The crowd exclaimed. Not to mention the people from the Huang family, even the eyes of the martial artists in the city turned red because these were all precious treasures. If it weren't for the mysterious background of the other party and the large number of people, they would have already snatched them. Heavens, that's first cloud grass ghost flame and heavenly bone water. That's nothing. There are treasures and immortal treasures over there. Another person cried out in surprise, almost drooling out of his mouth. One had to know that these treasures were nothing to the powerhouses of Five Ring City, but to people like them, they were huge treasures. Especially the people from the Huang family, they were all trembling. Because the Huang family came from 10,000 worlds, what they lacked the most were pills and weapons that could increase their strength. If the Huang family obtained these weapons, their great returning world strength would increase by 100 times. As for Huang Yinger and her sister, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, especially Huang Yinger. She didn't expect that she, who came from 10,000 worlds, would be able to make the major forces of Green State use so many treasures to marry her. Worthy or not? The old man asked again. Worthy or not? It seemed that he had to know the answer to this question. Moreover, this wedding procession was very domineering. Hundreds of thousands of people came to escort the bride, and it seemed that they were worthy or not. Moreover, the endless dowry was thrown on the heads of the great returning world, and it was also to ask if they were worthy or not. This throw made the people from the Huang family dizzy, and they all wanted to shout, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Even the people on the side of the road thought, Is this still not worthy? If the other party didn't mention that he wanted Huang Yinger, they would have brought their daughters out to see if the mysterious groom took a fancy to her. Finally, the old man from the Huang family shouted. He was deeply afraid that if he was too slow, these precious treasures would be taken away by others. However, Huang Yinger's father immediately stopped him. Wait. Then he looked at the huge wedding procession and cupped his hands. It's my daughter's honor to be loved by so many seniors. However, it's not about whether the groom is worthy of my daughter. It's about whether my daughter is worthy of the groom. In the end, he was relatively calm and cherished his daughter because he didn't know the other party's background at all. What if there really was a misunderstanding? At that time, if the other party killed them for the sake of face, they would have nothing to say. It was fine if he died, but he was most afraid that Ing-O would be implicated. Hearing this, the old man smiled. He could tell that Huang Yinger's father was not blinded by wealth. Just as he was about to say something, the sound of gongs and drums came from afar. Firecrackers kept crackling. A wedding procession came from another direction. At this moment, the entire city fell silent. Because that was the real wedding procession, Tai Chunyang's wedding procession. Moreover, the two wedding processions were about to meet, which no doubt made people look forward to it. The people from Tating Commandery are here. The old man from the Huang family said in fear. Fortunately, Huang Yinger's father had stopped him before, otherwise, he would have ruined the whole thing. Although the Daihuan world was tempted by those treasures, they could not afford to offend Tating Commandery. If they married Huang Yinger to this mysterious procession, how could he explain it to Tating Commandery? What's going on? In the sky, a handsome young man arrived on a single-horned Pegasus. The beautiful Pegasus had a big red flower hanging on its neck, which meant that he was the groom today. He was supposed to be happy today, but when he saw the other wedding procession in the city, he couldn't be happy at all. He, Tai Chunyang, was getting married, and someone was one step ahead of him? Wasn't this a slap to his face? Tai Lisho, who was next to him, was also confused. He also called for the wedding procession to land on the ground. However, they came with pride, but compared to the other wedding processions, whether it was the number of people or the extravagance, they were much shabbier. This made them instantly feel humiliated. What's going on? Tai Lisho was worthy of being the governor of a city. He suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Sir, they are also here for the wedding procession." The old man from the Huang family immediately smiled bitterly, which made Tai Lisho frown. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people, he would have slapped the old man. Wasn't this nonsense? The other party was dressed in red clothes and robes. If they weren't here for the wedding procession, were they here for the funeral? Just as he was about to speak, the old man from the Huang family's next sentence made his pupils dilate. They are here to marry Huang Yinger. Tai Chunyang, who was next to him, was tongue-tied. Was this kidnapping? Blue veins appeared on his forehead. Everyone knew that today was his wedding procession and the bride was Huang Yinger, but the other party was one step ahead of him and stole his bride. Did they want to humiliate him until his ancestors' generation? Tai Lisho was undoubtedly furious. Although this group of people seemed to have a strong background, this was Tating Commandery. His Majesty was behind everything, so he had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, stealing his son's wife was not only a slap to his son's face, but also a slap to his smooth face. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Men, arrest all these people. Tai Lisho waved his hand, but at this moment, Tai Chunyang, who was riding on a horse, suddenly smiled. "Father, wait." He looked at the endless procession and suddenly smiled even more excitedly. In Tating Commandery, who can summon so many people? Who can make such a grand procession? Moreover, they know that my fiancée is Huang Yinger, but they insist on marrying her. Father, doesn't this mean something? The whole city was silent after hearing this. They also felt strange because this was too much of a coincidence. Chunyang, what do you mean? Tai Lisho was puzzled, but then he suddenly thought of something and suddenly laughed. Is this His Majesty's idea? Father, it must be. The father and son looked at each other and laughed even more happily. Obviously, They guessed that His Majesty knew about Tai Chunyang's marriage, so he specially came to congratulate him and made such a grand procession. Only His Majesty had the power to summon so many experts. His Majesty, you are so considerate. Chapter 28:35. Cut off one of your arms. No wonder this group of people is so powerful. So that's why. Hearing this, the members of the Huang family also came to a realization, and they all laughed. Moreover, they looked at the mysterious wedding procession as if they were complaining. Their eyes seemed to say, "You have been hiding it from me. So it's our family." Young Master Tai is still the most respected. The old man from the Huang family immediately flattered, making Tai Chunyang smile proudly. The old man from the Huang family looked at Huang Yinger and said, "Do you see? This is your future husband. Look at how many experts he can summon. These experts are not to be underestimated in the Great Returning Realm. Even in the West Realm, they are a force to be reckoned with. It is your fortune to be able to marry young Master Tai." Hearing this, Huang Yinger tightly clenched her teeth and did not say a word. She almost had an idea. She would rather go with this group of mysterious people than marry Tai Chunyang. Unfortunately, this group of mysterious people were also Tai Chunyang's people. She was very disappointed. Today is a day of celebration for the whole country. Tai Chunyang was still riding on a big horse. At this moment he was in high spirits. He looked at the mysterious wedding procession and said proudly, "Although you want to make a surprise, you have scared my fiancé. The leader of the group, go and apologize." Obviously, he wanted to show off his power and let the Huang family know that these experts had to listen to him obediently. "Yes, go and apologize. You have scared the Huang family members." Tai Lisho also said so. He looked very majestic. The people's eyes immediately looked at the mysterious wedding procession. Many people laughed, wanting to see the scene of the people behind the scene apologizing to the Huang family. However, in front of the wedding procession, the old man was expressionless and ignored them. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something. Cut off one of his arms. Finally, a cold voice came from a carriage in the procession. It suddenly made the space seem to be frozen. Cut off one of his arms. It was a very calm voice, but it made the eyes of the people in the city freeze. Didn't this huge wedding procession come for Tai Chunyang? Shouldn't they listen to Tai Chunyang? Now he wanted to cut off his arm? Even Tai Chunyang's mouth was wide open. Earlier, in order to prove his authority, he had deliberately ordered these experts. However, as soon as he gave the order, they wanted to cut off his arm. Wasn't this embarrassing? Are you all confused? Tai Lisho suddenly roared, "Who is your mastermind? Who gave you the guts?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, a miserable shriek came from beside him. Blood gushed out from the single-horned Pegasus. Tai Chunyang rubbed his right arm in pain. His right arm was broken. His face was hideous and his body was trembling. Obviously, someone had made a move against him, and they were utterly unable to see through the process of that person's attack. He really did it. Seeing this, the faces of the Huang family members turned as white as paper. They had been telling Huang Yinger how awe-inspiring Tai Chunyang was, but now, not only had Tai Chunyang failed to summon that group of powerhouses, his right arm had been cut off. This was too ironic. So, this group of people has nothing to do with Tai Chunyang. Yes, it's ironic that Tai Chunyang actually wanted to summon them. He's too arrogant. I thought that this group of people was so strong, how could they be summoned by Tai Chunyang? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. Many of them were warriors from Qingzhou who had come from afar. They wanted to watch the festivities, but they saw the groom's arm being cut off. Such a groom was indeed embarrassing. "You've rebelled. Men, kill them." Tai Lisho was obviously furious. He felt sorry for his son, but he was also angry at the loss of face. Receiving the order, the warriors of Fire Embryo City rushed toward the bridal procession. Killing intent surged. The two bridal processions are going to fight. It seems that they're from different camps, but they're here for the same bride. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. I wonder who will marry the bride in the end. More and more people appeared in the distant sky and began to discuss spiritedly. They were looking forward to a big battle. However, was it a big battle? We're the ones you can't mess with. Cold. A cold voice came from the carriage of the bridal procession. Then, a large number of experts rushed out of the bridal procession. They were wearing festive robes and looked like they were here to escort the bride. However, when they attacked, they didn't look like they were here to celebrate the wedding. Instead, they looked more like an elite army. To them, the guards of Fire Embryo City were like children. Whoosh, bang, 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 bang. Blood rained down from the sky. Tai Lisho's army was wiped out in just 3 hours. The group of mysterious people felt that it wasn't enough. They rushed to Tai Lisho's side and killed everyone around him. They even wanted to kill the single-horned Pegasus. In the end, Tai Chunyang didn't kill them out of respect. Only the father, son, and the Pegasus were left alive. Then, they silently returned to the bridal procession and continued to play gongs and drums and set off firecrackers. The whole process seemed to be telling the crowd that the people who died were not killed by them. However, this scene made the whole city fall into a dead silence. It was too fast. 2 bridal processions, one was like a chicken and the other was like an eagle. Especially now, Tai Lisho only had 2 people left while the bridal procession was still huge. This difference was unreal. Was Tai Chunyang still a bridegroom? He looked like a beggar. You want to steal the bride from me? You're not qualified. At the same time, a disdainful voice came from the carriage. It was domineering and majestic. His voice drifted throughout the city, causing the nearby regions to feel extremely oppressive. Those martial artists who had come to watch were all in high spirits. They had directly crushed the bridal procession on the other side, and even the horses were almost not spared. This was a true bride snatching. Bride, please get on the sedan chair. The old man in front of the procession said calmly. Ironically, they could have killed Tai Chunyang, but they didn't. Instead, they let the bridegroom take Huang Yinger away. Such an action was undoubtedly more painful than killing Tai Chunyang. Huang Jun, how dare you? Tai Lisho didn't dare to face the bridal procession anymore. He could only roar at the Huang family, because as long as Huang Yinger didn't get on the sedan chair, they wouldn't lose all their face. The old man from the Huang family also had a headache. One was from Taiding County and the other was from an unknown but terrifying bridal procession. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Moreover, the owner of the carriage seemed to be in no hurry after hearing Tai Lisho's words. He wanted to see what other tricks Tai Lisho had up his sleeves. I've never liked to bully people. Moreover, marriage has always been consensual. So, I'll give you time. Even the voice from the carriage didn't know if it was directed at Tai Chunyang or the old man from the Huang family. Chapter 28:36. You can't beat me. They even understood the meaning behind the carriage owner's words. Wanna play? I'll play with you slowly, until you're convinced, until you kneel. Huang Jun, your great return world has agreed with our Taiding commandery. Today, Huang Yinger must marry me. You don't have to worry about this group of people because this is Taiding commandery. They don't deserve to be arrogant here. Tai Chunyang roared angrily after suppressing his wound. He was clearly throwing caution to the wind. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat this group of mysterious people. That's right, we must marry Huang Yinger today with the strength of the entire nation. They are not worthy of fighting over the bride with us. Tai Lisho said coldly. This was because it was not only about their reputation, but also about the reputation of Taiding commandery. Unworthy. A sneer suddenly came from the carriage. Senior Huangfu, how many cities does Grand Court County have? My lord, there are 81 cities in Grand Court County, and many of them are cities within cities. However, the most famous one is still the 81 cities. The old man in front of the wedding procession immediately replied. All right, let's see if they are worthy. Destroy the cities for me. First, Fire Embryo City. The sound of the carriage turned cold. Destroy the city? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could see that the owner of the carriage was about to start playing. He was telling the Huang family whether they were worthy or not. He was also telling the people of Tating Commandery, "Do you think you can afford to fight with me?" Rumble. At the same time, something seemed to have received orders. Far off in the distance, Fire Embryo City exploded, and the ancient city was completely destroyed. The entire process only took a single sentence. Everyone was shocked. Tai Lisho also opened his mouth wide. His lair was destroyed just like that? Not good. A large number of people are charging towards Fire Absolute City. They are no longer charging towards Fire Absolute City. Instead, that city has been destroyed. Someone cried out in alarm. Because they were standing in the sky, they could clearly see that far away in the distance, smoke was billowing, and that was where Fire Absolute City was. Moreover, the billowing smoke seemed to have opened a door. Then, it continued to pour out from all directions of Tating Commandery. The whole country was in a panic. This wedding procession is so scary. Does he want to destroy his country for a bride? His playstyle is too domineering. Following which, numerous pairs of eyes stared at the carriage in horror. They were all curious about the owner of the carriage. Just one word of disagreement, and the country would be destroyed. This was simply too domineering. Tai Lisho, what happened? His Majesty said that you are asking him for help. Is that true? However, the cities of Tating Commandery fell one by one. How could Tating Commandery not be moved? After knowing the origin of the matter, a large number of experts from Tating Commandery rushed out. You're dead. You've gone too far. You're no match for Tating Commandery. Sensing the surging aura in the distance, Tai Lisho and his son laughed wildly. That was because they had been scared out of their wits before. They had never seen such a domineering character. The more he played, the more he went overboard. He directly massacred the entire city. However, even if they were afraid, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. Now that they saw the arrival of the imperial family, they felt that they had won. Come on, let's see if you still dare to play. I don't know who you are. Now that you've been targeted by His Majesty, you'll regret it and suffer. After laughing wildly, the father and son were elated. Tai Chunyang looked at the old man from the Huang family proudly and said, "Huang Jun, will your Huang Yinger marry me or marry them?" The old man from the Huang family also noticed that all the experts from Tating Commandery had come out. There was no doubt that Tai Chunyang was more powerful. Therefore, he flattered him and said, "Young Master Tai is still the best." However, just as he finished speaking, a large number of experts rushed out from nowhere and rushed towards the experts from Tating Commandery like a tide. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening noises rang out. The True God Realm experts of Tating Commandery were all annihilated within the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. They were turned into ashes before they even reached the city. Seeing this, the old man from the Huang family swallowed his flattery back into his stomach. Tai Chunyang's proud face froze. The entire city was deathly silent. Only the people from the bridal escort teams secretly sneered. The last time the 6 battalions came to Tating Commandery, they could have already destroyed the commandery. In the end, they stopped because of the appearance of the top experts. This time, Tating Commandery still dared to come and seek death? Don't. The bridal escort team seemed to feel that the surroundings were too quiet, so they started to beat the gongs and drums again. Of course, the sound of the drums and the firecrackers were undoubtedly mocking Tai Chunyang and his son. Play. What other tricks do you have? Tai Chunyang and his son's faces were as pale as ashes. They were dispirited and lost. At this moment, they only felt that they were very small, as if they were fighting against a giant elephant. However, at this moment, the light of flames shot up into the sky. Then, a large group of people appeared above the crowd, causing the sky to be filled with burning clouds. Among them was a young man with golden bone wings on his back, looking majestic. Brother Sun Bone. Seeing this, Tai Chunyang felt as if he had seen a life-saving straw. The pride of Tating Commandery had arrived. You want to destroy my entire country just to steal the bride? If you want to play, I'll play with you. At the same time, a middle-aged man beside Sun Bone said coldly. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood at the moment. Your Majesty! Tai Lisho was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. He had never expected that his son's bridal escort would bring the emperor here. As for the Huang family, they were so scared that they knelt down and looked up at the man in the sky. Was that the legendary emperor of Tating Commandery? Moreover, even the godlike emperor was joining the game. He wanted to play too. This is interesting. How about I join in as well? That wasn't the end of it. A mysterious person in a yellow robe appeared beside the middle-aged man. He had a jade crown on his head, and he looked wise and mighty. There were layers of yellow sand on the surface of his body. Emperor? Was this another Emperor Realm Master? Is he the Emperor of only Commandery? It's him. I saw him 100 years ago. But why is he here? Only Commandery and Tating Commandery reached an agreement 3 years ago. They are allies. Therefore, only Commandery will come when Tating Commandery is in trouble. In the distance, some warriors who wandered around Qingzhou whispered to each other. This time, the game was getting out of hand. You can't beat me. However, after a moment of silence, a disdainful voice drifted out like the wind. The voice was like thunder, arrogant and unruly, as if he was the only one in the world. This person was not afraid of the two commanderies playing with him. Instead, he wanted to play bigger and bigger. Chapter 2837. No one could stop them. Catch them. The voice came from the carriage again, as if it was giving an order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The space exploded, and several mysterious masked men appeared in the sky, grabbing out with their hands. The surging realm energy shattered the sky, and the ground shook. The strength of these people had reached a terrifying level. Even the emperors of Tating Commandery and Wofi Commandery changed their expressions at this moment. They did not expect that there would be such powerful people hidden in the wedding procession. These powerful people were stronger than them. Most importantly, these powerful people actually listened to the carriage owner. Was this still a wedding procession? This marriage gave people the feeling that even the Azure Emperor wouldn't be able to stop it from happening. Bang, bang, bang. There were many people who attacked. The white tiger roared, and the black tortoise shrouded the area. In just half an hour, the two majesties were subdued. Bang, bang. Then they fell to the ground like stray dogs. They were stepped on by a foot, making it difficult for them to stand up again. Sunbone was not weak, but his expression changed drastically. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Most importantly, he guessed the identity of these people. They were one of the 4 authorities of Four Ring City. However, after knowing the truth, he was even more terrified. He could not think of anyone who could summon these powerful people. Even His Majesty has been subdued? At the same time, the sound of people sucking in cold air was also heard. No one expected that even His Majesty would not be able to do anything. Instead, he was being stepped on like a dog. Play with me. Almost at the same time, the cold voice came from the carriage again, silencing everyone. Play. Play with you. But can you afford to play with me? Plop. Tai Chunyang fell from the heavenly horned horse. Slap, slap, slap. He slapped himself countless times because he finally realized who he was trying to steal the bride. How could he afford to offend such a person? In fact, he thought that Grand Court Commandery was his territory, and outsiders would not be able to defeat him. Therefore, he always thought that Huang Yinger was going to marry him. Who knew that Grand Court Commandery would use all their trump cards, and powerful people would come one after another. Even His Majesty came. However, it was all useless. The owner of that carriage was incomparably domineering, looking down on the world. One trump card was enough to suppress another. In the end, he had toyed with him until he was afraid and felt inferior, to the point that even if he had a wife, he wouldn't dare to want her or marry her. What kind of background did the person who wanted to marry Huang Yinger have? How dare you? At this moment, on the ground, the two venerable sovereigns were covered in dust and grime, their lungs bursting with anger. They were not like Sunbone, who had been to Five Ring City. Therefore, even if the person who attacked them unleashed his aura, they did not know the other party's background. In addition, the other party was wearing a mysterious mask, which made them even more confused. You're rebelling. We're an ally of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. How dare you trample on us? I won't let you off even if I mobilize the entire nation. The Emperor of the Only Me Commandery roared furiously. Stop pretending in front of me. Unfortunately, the person on top of him sneered and stepped on his face. The mysterious masked man clearly disdained his majesty. Heavens, the army has surrounded the city. The entire army of Tating Commandery has returned. They want to save his majesty. There are so many of them. All the warriors of Only Me Commandery have also moved out. At this moment, the people in the sky saw the ominous aura billowing in the distance. Dark clouds drifted over. However, those were not dark clouds, but the entire army of the two commanderies. There were so many people. At this moment, the people in the city were terrified. They were afraid of being implicated. They knew that there were many experts present, but no matter how strong they were, would they be able to stop the countless armies? They were not sure about this. Do you see that? Get lost. The Emperor of Tating Commandery seemed to have regained his confidence. This was because this was the army that he had secretly summoned. At this moment, all eyes were on the bridal escort team. They wanted to see their anxious expressions. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. Not to mention that the bridal escort team was made up of soldiers. Even if they were not, they would not be afraid. However, they did not want to mess up the bridal escort team, so they did not move at will. Do you think you're the only one? Tang Yue, it's time for you to repay me. Move out. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the carriage again. It was as if the emperor had waved the flag and was descending to the world. At this moment, a vast army had also appeared in a place further away. They were moving in waves and had actually surrounded the army from the outside. Who are those people? They seem to be the armies of Square Commandery and Heavenly Commandery. Gosh, who is the owner of the carriage? Did he summon the two commanderies? Looking at the scene that changed the world with one sentence, the people's hearts were about to explode. Even the two emperors were the same. Their faces were pale and they were more curious than anyone else. Who was the owner of the carriage? Was he an ordinary person if he could summon the other two commanderies of the four commanderies? Without a doubt, the moment the army moved out, the army of Tating Commandery did not dare to move. This caused the entire sky to become absolutely silent. No one had expected that the bridal escort team would be so grand and grand. It was as if the entire Qingzhou had been turned upside down. How terrifying! At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Some unfamiliar experts appeared quietly. They floated in the sky and looked at the ground indifferently. These people had powerful backgrounds. Sunbone and the others' eyes lit up. Eighth Lord, help me. Are you the Azure Dragon King? Since you're here, help me this time. Tell me what you want after this. Sunbone and the rest of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou said immediately when they saw the experts who were attracted by the grand procession. You're the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. We have to give you face. Lord Eighth and the rest said flatly. Sunbone and the rest's eyes lit up. However, Lord Eighth added, but now, I can't help you. Although that guy is not as powerful as you, there are more people who value him. I can only say that you can't compare to him in terms of courage. After saying that, the experts turned and left. Obviously, they knew who the owner of the carriage was. However, they did not dare to act rashly in front of that person. This was because they knew that the experts on the other side of the carriage were 100 times more than them. Some unexpected people were even invited, which shocked them. What? How could this be? Sunbone and the rest were terrified when they saw Lord Eighth and the rest leave. There were people in Qingzhou that they did not dare to offend. Who was the owner of the carriage? Failed again? All the experts of Tating Commandery, the emperors, the army, and even the experts from Qingzhou failed to stop them. Chapter 28:38. I'm Lin Yi, the trash you've been talking about. Who dares to play now? At the same time, a voice came out of the carriage. It was calm and composed. Who else could it be but me? However, the world was silent. Everyone saw that no matter what method they used, no matter how strong they were, they could not win against the owner of the carriage. This was definitely a robbery. Your Excellency, who are you? Our Tating Commandery has no grudge against you. If you really want to marry that girl, you can just say so. I, Tating Shiju, will give you face. You don't have to make things so awkward between us. At this moment, the Grand Court Commandery's Majesty finally spoke because he'd realized that the owner of the carriage wasn't someone he could afford to offend. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Moreover, if he had known that this person was so terrifying, he would have treated him with respect. In fact, everyone was curious about who the owner of the carriage was because it was too terrifying. You'll know who I am later. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, I'm here to marry my daughter-in-law. Finally, laughter came out of the carriage. Then a young man in a groom's robe walked out. This young man was wearing a mask, but it was obvious that he was very excited. Behind him was an old man and a middle-aged woman. They also walked out, but they were all wearing masks. This is today's groom. The old man in front of the bridal procession introduced him with a smile. At this moment, countless people looked at the young man. Their faces were filled with fear. Daughter-in-law? This meant that the groom was the son of the owner of the carriage. This groom had a good father. For the sake of this marriage, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. A father like this was probably everyone's dream. Go ahead. No one will dare to stop you. Bring your wife here. The old man behind the groom spoke in a gratified tone. He glanced at the carriage and his heart surged. Because the grand scene before was obvious to all, and he was even extremely worried. However, he didn't expect that his little grandson would be so amazing to actually cause a huge wave in the Qing province. This was the pride of the Lin family. Yes. The young man nodded excitedly and walked towards Huang Yinger. How terrifying. Yinger, is this your groom? For you, he's thrown the entire world into chaos. Beside Huang Yinger, her sister said in horror. In fact, she was also shocked by the groom's actions. If someone came to marry her like this, she would have agreed to marry him. But Huang Yinger stood alone in the same place. Although she was touched, she already had someone she liked. Therefore, she did not walk forward. Let's go quickly. We were blind before. Tai Chunyang is just a piece of trash. How can he be compared to him? The old man from the Huang family hurriedly walked over and said. He was even afraid that the groom would be angry, so he spoke while smiling at the groom. Because he also saw that the bridegroom's father was an ambitious and ruthless person who could destroy a country without saying a word. Even the emperor of Tating Commandery had to be submissive to him. He could not afford to offend such a person even if there were 100 of him. Me. Huang Yinger still did not move forward. She was very stubborn. You're too insensible. That old man immediately said in a resentful tone. Uncle Huang Jun, that's enough. At this time, Huang Yinger finally could not hold it in anymore. In the rainforest sacred land, I was with Lin. You also said that he was a piece of trash. He did not have a good father or a good background. He was not worthy of me. On the contrary, Tai Chunyang was the best candidate in your heart. Now that Tai Chunyang is not comparable to him, you said that he is a piece of trash. I, Huang Yinger, do not have anything. I have someone I like. The old man was obviously furious. He was afraid that Huang Yinger's words would anger the owner of the carriage and kill them all. He suddenly gritted his teeth and wanted to slap Huang Yinger's face. However, someone stopped him. It was Huang Yinger's father. At this moment, he obviously stood up. Huang Jun, that's enough. She is my daughter. Huang Yinger's father's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and said, we only care about the family. What about the Huang family? You only think about yourselves. You only want to find a better in-law. Have you ever thought about my daughter? Father. Hearing this, Huang Yinger and her sister immediately cried. For the first time, they felt that their father was so great. Father, I'm going all out. Today, these big shots caused such a big commotion because of you. They are not people we can provoke. However, Father will always be on your side. Huang Yinger's father said word by word. He looked at the approaching groom and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, my Yinger already has a fiancé. We caused such a big commotion, and you're telling us that Yinger has a fiancé? Do you want us to leave just like that? The groom said hoarsely. I know it's difficult to make up for anything, but I'd rather use my life to make up for it. Although my life is lowly, I hope it can satisfy you. I beg you, let my daughter go. As a father, I shouldn't think about the family. I should think about my daughter's happiness. Huang Yinger's father said again. Aren't you afraid that the Great Return realm will be destroyed? The groom said again. This time, Huang Yinger's father found it difficult to answer. Huang Yinger said, My sweetheart is Lin. You can kill me, but I love him. I want to be his woman when I'm alive, and his ghost when I'm dead. Anyone could see that she was going to repay him with her life. You're all muddle-headed. Seeing how stubborn the father and daughter were, the Huang family's elder was completely enraged. He swung his palm at Huang Yinger again. However, this time he was stopped again. It was the groom. The groom looked at him indifferently and then slapped the old man's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap stunned the Huang family's elder. Huang Yinger was also stunned. So was her father. In their opinion, they had rejected the groom. Shouldn't the groom vent his anger on them? However, the groom did not explain anything. Instead, he looked at the old man through the mask and said, Your Excellency, who is Lin Yi? Lin Yi is a boy from the countryside. He's a toad who wants to eat swan meat. He's poor and weak. His father is also a useless person. He wants to marry Huang Yinger, but he's not worthy of my Yinger. Your Excellency, don't think too much about it. Although Lin Yi and Yinger are a couple, nothing happened between them. Huang Jun said hurriedly. He thought that the groom slapped him because of Lin. Then what about me? The groom asked again. Your Excellency, you're really a capable person. Huang Jun said honestly. He then looked at everyone in the Huang family and asked, What do you think? Your Excellency is a dragon among men. There was no doubt that this question was unnecessary because the truth was right in front of them. In fact, everyone in the city thought so. Is that so? Hearing that, the groom laughed sarcastically. He put his palm on the mask and then slowly removed it, revealing a handsome and slightly childish face. I'm sorry, I'm the trash Lin Yi that you're talking about. When the voice and face appeared, Huang Yinger and the others were stunned. They were as shocked as a celestial being. Chapter 2839. You want to know who I am? In the past, he was the one who took Huang Yinger away. At that time, he said to Lin Yi, a toad wants to eat swan meat. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having a good background and a good father. But now Lin Yi's father had appeared. Huang Jun had seen how terrifying his father was with his own eyes. His father was a great figure who possessed great power not only in the North Territory, but even in the Green Province. The country boy in his mind overlapped with the son of a formidable person. All of this was a fatal blow. Plop. Huang Jun knelt down. His face was extremely pale. You said I don't have a good father. Tell me, what about my father? Lin Yi looked at Huang Jun condescendingly. Fuck. Huang Jun could not answer. Lin Yi smiled. His smile was cold, but it was also filled with pride. It was as if he had released all the pent-up anger in his heart. Because those who looked down on him, those who looked down on the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, and those who looked down on his father, had all knelt down and admitted defeat. Let me tell you, you can insult me for not being strong or talented, but you can't insult my father or the Rainforest Holy Land. Fuck. Bang. Lin Yi stomped Huang Jun down and landed his foot on the old man's shoulder, forcefully stomping him into the ground. I was wrong. Fuck. Huang Jun lay on the ground. His heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Get lost. I won't kill you for Yinger's sake. Yinger will marry me from now on. If the Great Return world dares to stop us, I'll destroy your world. Lin Yi kicked the old man away. The old man did not dare to say anything. He hid behind Lin Yi with his tail between his legs. He finally knew that his life and the life of the Great Return world depended on Yinger's words. Yinger's husband had the ability to dominate everything. At this moment, There was only deep regret in his heart because he knew that no matter how high his seniority was in the clan, he had offended Lin. From today onward, he would no longer be a person of virtue and prestige. For an old man, losing the respect of the younger generation in the family was worse than killing him. This was indeed the case. At least because of Lin Yi, Huang Yinger's father's status was now higher than his. One wrong step had obviously affected Huang Jun's entire life. At this moment, Huang Yinger's eyes were hazy with tears, and the rouge on her face had melted away. Her persistence had finally paid off. "Thank you for coming to me." Huang Yinger couldn't hold it in anymore and pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi was also very moved. He hadn't announced his identity before, but still chose him. Heaven and earth could bear witness to this. "You should thank Father." Lin Ling hugged Huang Yinger and whispered in her ear, reminding Huang Yinger of the kind and gentle Lin Ling whom she had only met once. She had never imagined that her uncle, who treated her like a family member, would treat outsiders so horribly. Moreover, he was so powerful in the martial god realm. "Thank you, uncle." Huang Yinger hurriedly looked at the carriage in the distance and said, but Lin Yi suddenly smiled. "Uncle?" She had changed to calling him father. "Yes, I should call him father." Huang Yinger's face immediately turned red. She quickly shouted shyly, "Thank you, Dad." Then she was led by Lin Yi to the sedan chair. At this moment she was very happy, because from now on she also had a protective and domineering father. Great. Seeing that her sister had found her happiness, Huang Xian seemed to be happier than Huang Yinger. Moreover, she was very curious about Lin Yi's father, who she had never met before, but looked down on the world. Was he an old man in his 50s? That should be the case. Because he could summon so many experts, he must not be young. Clang, clang, clang. Clang. At the same time, the joyous sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers was heard. It was like a silent slap on the faces of Tai Chunyang and his son. They had never expected that the bride would be taken away by someone else, even though Tating Commandery had sent such a big team. "I'm so angry." Especially Tai Chunyang, he knew that from now on he could not stay in Tating Commandery anymore. People would only laugh at him. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. However, what made him even more miserable was that the Emperor of Tating Commandery was also celebrating the arrival of the bride. Without a doubt, the Emperor of Tating Commandery was trying to curry favor with the owner of the carriage. This made Tai Chunyang stunned. Was the Emperor also saying that he was not worthy? This made many people secretly mock the Emperor of Tating Commandery. The Emperor of Tating Commandery was so disgraceful that he did not even dare to say anything when the bride was taken away. Instead, he congratulated the other party. How spineless! However, people stared at the carriage, wondering who this big shot was. Now that the bride was in the sedan chair, it was time for the owner to show up. Among all the people, only Tai Chunyang and his son knew Lin. However, they were still embarrassed and had forgotten who Lin Yi's father was. I never expected that Tai Shiju of Tating Commandery would take the initiative to curry favor with me. Today, I almost destroyed the commandery for my daughter-in-law. Suddenly, a sarcastic laugh came from the carriage. This shows that your excellency is a true man. This also shows that true love is invincible. Tating Commandery stands on the side of reason and not on the side of family. Everyone can see that the girl likes your excellency's son. Tai Shiju replied with a smile. Although he could hear the sarcasm in his words, the other party was obviously not someone he could provoke. A dignified emperor. Can't a dog's mouth spit out ivory? However, the owner of the carriage didn't give them any face. He laughed mockingly and said, "In fact, I'm here today to snatch the bride and crush your Tating Commandery." Cut the crap. I'm sick of hearing it. Hearing this, the bridal escort team also laughed. They also felt disgusted. If Tating Commandery was powerful today, would they say this? Obviously, they were oppressed by force. Dog's mouth? Does this mean that your majesty is a dog? A dog? Then, the bridal escort team laughed even louder. This made the people of Tating Commandery furious. Did this person just call their majesty a dog? Tai Shiju's face turned ugly. He had already given in, but the other party did not give him any face. He said flatly, "Take a step back and let the world be clear. Your Excellency is so aggressive. I wonder what you want to do? Also, Your Excellency has been here for so long. Don't you want to show your true face?" "Huh, you want to know who I am?" A voice came from the carriage. Tai Shiju nodded. He wanted to know even in his dreams. In fact, everyone was extremely curious about the owner of the carriage. "When you know who I am, you will regret it. But before that, I should tell you the second reason why I am here." Chapter 2840. Never in their wildest dreams. At this moment, Tating Commandery was in complete silence. People looked at the indifferent young man. Their hearts were pounding and their bodies were trembling. "It's Lin Ling." "Yes." "How could it be him?" "Yes." Everyone in Tating Commandery was aware of Lin Ling's name. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling came with an army and massacred Tating Commandery. He even took away the pride of Tating Commandery and the ancient city walls. Only because of the arrival of a big shot did Lin Ling restrain himself. However, in just a few years, Lin Ling came again. It was like a nightmare because this time, it was even more terrifying than the last time. Not to mention Tating Commandery, even Tai Shijue and the two emperors could not stop Lin Ling. Most importantly, the time between the last time and this time was less than 10 years. No one expected him to have such power in just 10 years. Yes, they could not even dream of it. "It's him. Right, he's Lin Yi's father. How could I forget?" "Yes." Tai Chunyang also stared at Lin Ling. Although it was the first time he saw Lin Ling, he reacted quickly and slapped himself hard 3 times. He thought Lin Ling had fallen, so he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling's son. However, he did not expect that he would provoke someone he could not afford to provoke. After Lin Ling became furious, he came to Tating Commandery and was unstoppable. Tai Chunyang was full of regret. He could not afford to provoke Lin Ling. He thought that if he had 3 years, he would definitely surpass Lin Ling. But now, it seemed like a fool's dream. Even Sun Gu, who he worshipped, did not have such confidence. At this moment, he was also at a loss and kept shaking his head. "I should have known it was him." But why did one of the 4 holy dwellings in 4-Ring City give him face? Yes. He could not figure it out. As for the lords of Tating Commandery and Onlywa Commandery, their bodies trembled as they recalled everything. It was like a dream. A long, long time ago, a bloodline warrior of the Grand Court Commandery had died in a lower world. At that time, the Commandery had constantly sent out experts to hunt down the murderer. However, the murderer was lucky and had repeatedly escaped from disaster. Instead, he rose step by step and became the most wanted criminal in the Commandery. That was also the first time they had heard of Lin Ling's name. However, the rise of the other party was like the bamboo shoots after the rain. With an unstoppable momentum, he brought his army to the Commandery to wash it in blood. However, compared to the Marquis of 5-Ring City, the latter was still too inexperienced. They also thought that with the sovereign Marquis around, they would be safe and sound from now on. They didn't have to fear Lin Ling anymore. However, things didn't go as they wished. Now, even the sovereign Marquis didn't dare to go head-to-head with Lin Ling. If time could turn back, they would definitely choose to appease Lin Ling instead of killing him. Thinking of this, they all smiled bitterly. Especially when they thought of how they had previously curried favor with Lin Ling, this made them feel even more dreamy. They were actually currying favor with the most wanted criminal in the Commandery? Just thinking about it made them feel incredulous. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. A junior came from the North Territory with perseverance and stubbornness. In the end, he ruled over the 4 commanderies. Tai Shijue couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's achievements. As for the Huang family in the Diyuan realm, although they didn't know who Lin Ling was, they could see from the change in the expressions of the big shots that they were very afraid of this young man. He is Lin Yi's father. He is so young. Huang Yinger's father said in horror. Although Lin Yi didn't have a good background, his background was simply terrifying. Huang Xian covered her small mouth. She had thought that Lin Yi's father would be an old man in his 50s. However, it turned out that he was a young man who didn't look much older than her. The most important thing was that he was able to shock so many people at such a young age. This was also beyond her logic. There was no doubt that when Lin Ling announced his identity, the whole sky seemed to explode. In a distant place, the Sovereign Marquis and the Azure Dragon King had been secretly watching, but their expressions were ugly, extremely ugly. They wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they couldn't. They could only watch as Lin Ling's wings grew bigger and bigger. By Xiaoyang, the Black Warrior Divine Manners Mansion Master, Vice Principal Gong, and even Principal Lin of the Resplendent Academy are all here. How can we kill him? The Azure Dragon King's face was dispirited. He was afraid that he would be killed by those experts before he could even get close to Lin Ling. There is also the 8th Jew Lord and the Scarlet Jade Tiger. The Sovereign Marquis's face was also ugly. Previously, Lin Ling must have seen them, but he turned a blind eye to them. Was this also a demonstration to them? Lin Ling, we were wrong. After a moment of silence, Tai Shijue was the first to speak. He compromised, he admitted defeat. He was completely afraid. My second goal is to destroy your two commanderies. Unfortunately, Lin Ling replied indifferently. It was useless to beg for mercy. Lin Ling, we have an agreement to stay out of each other's business. The Sovereign Venerable from my commandery said with a pale face. He even glared at Tai Chunying. These two guys were crazy. They could have snatched anyone's daughter-in-law, but they had to snatch Lin Ling's daughter-in-law. Were they tired of living? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. Did these guys still have the qualifications to talk about an agreement? Although Lin Ling wasn't a good person, he always kept his word. But now, the two commanderies were the ones who violated the agreement. They were the ones who tried to assassinate him first. Kill. There was no nonsense and no explanation because there was no need to. It was also because Lin Ling had the strength to kill them. Sovereign Marquis, what are you guys looking at? I beg you to come and help. Are you going to let Lin Ling spread his wings and soar? Seeing that Lin Ling was determined to kill him, Tai Shijue immediately shouted. He couldn't stop the experts around Lin Ling. So, he could only ask for help from the powerful forces in Five Ring City. However, the Sovereign Marquis and the rest remained silent. This wasn't something they could help with. If they joined in, Lin Ling would even take the opportunity to kill them. Is the heavens going to destroy my commandery? At this moment, the two sovereigns' hearts were dead. Their Tating commandery and only commandery had a history of thousands of years in Qingzhou. They had gone through countless ups and downs, but in the end, they had survived. But today, was this glory, inheritance, and pride going to disappear in the long river of history? Lin Ling, wait. However, at this moment, an old man in golden armor appeared. He came alone, but the moment he appeared, the eyes of Deputy Dean Gong and the rest lit up. Obviously, they knew this person. Who are you? Are you going to save them? Lin Ling looked directly at the old man without fear. The old man's face immediately turned ugly. Lin Ling was only at the True God realm, but he was a martial celestial realm expert and a big shot in the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. However, Lin Ling still didn't give him face. But the situation was beyond his control, so he endured it. Chapter 2841. Hostages. Rumble. Along with his voice, golden light blossomed in the sky. An enormous golden dragon with no end in sight descended, circling back and forth. It was extraordinarily majestic, and its golden scales were actually as large as a small house. That surging pressure nearly caused all the martial artists on the ground to kneel down. They knew that the old man's strength was terrifying. The old man had shown his strength and identity because he wanted Lin Ling to show him respect and fear him. Elder Zhu, save me. Tai Shiju looked at the golden dragon as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. The latter came from Five Ring City and was one of the four magnates. He should be saved. Shiju, I watched you grow up. Are you stupid? Lin Ling is not someone you can offend. However, the mighty golden dragon in the sky scolded Tai Shiju. When the people heard this, their hearts trembled. Even the mysterious golden dragon was afraid of Lin Ling? I was wrong. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have offended Lin Ling. Tai Shiju also knew that the situation was out of his control. He also knew that this senior could not defeat Lin Ling even if he came. This made him very shocked. He even wondered what Lin Ling had done in Five Ring City. You know you were wrong. The Golden Dragon roared again. The Grand Court Commandery should change its ruler. Shiju, you should prepare to face the wall for 5,000 years. You can't come out until the time is up. Shiju is willing, Tai Shiju said as he knelt down. However, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Are you done with your bullshit? However, Lin Ling's cold cry drifted out just as the two of them finished speaking. This caused the Golden Dragon's eyes to narrow. Tai Shiju was the same. What did Lin Ling mean by this? Senior, I don't know you and don't know who you are. However, don't think that I'll give you face just because you're here. Did I say I'll let him go? Lin Ling shouted again. Boom. The people were shocked. Even experts like the Sovereign Marquis were the same. That was because the Great Golden Era Dragon had a powerful background. Even in Five Ring City, many ancient legends had to give him face. Therefore, they thought that Lin Ling was going to compromise and give face to the other party. Moreover, Tai Shiju had also received a corresponding punishment. He was sentenced to face the wall for 5,000 years. However, Lin Ling had no intention of giving him any face at all. It seemed like he still wanted to kill Tai Shiju. This kind of arrogance was simply terrifying. Kid, I know that you've made some achievements and that you've been valued by many legends of the Qing state. However, do you know who I am? The Great Golden Era Dragon was clearly furious, because this was the first time he had met someone who didn't give him face. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I, Lin Ling, am a person who will treat others the same way they treat me. I will do what I promised, but if others break their promises, I will retaliate. Every time they try to assassinate me, I will kill them. Not to mention you, old man, even if you magnates are here, I will not give you any face. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were firm and unwavering. Moreover, Vice Principal Gong and some people from the Imperial Court sent me a message asking me to let go of the Grand Court County. After all, there are too many innocent people. I agreed to their request, but there is a condition. The county must be disintegrated and His Majesty must die. Then, everyone will be able to escape. Lin Ling said again as if he was the ruler of the Qing state. The Great Golden Era Dragon was completely furious. He had given Su Mo a lot of face, but who knew that not only did Su Mo not give him face, but he even treated him like an ant. You don't need to you, and me. I also want to remind you that today's matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved in this mess. It will not only bring you no benefit, but also harm you. Lin Ling said again. This time, it was a threat. A junior of the true immortal realm was threatening the oldest existence in the Qing state? Lin Ling, how domineering. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't moved. From the first ring city to the second ring city, all the way to the fifth ring city, everyone who was secretly watching felt their hearts explode. Good. I want to see how you will not give me face. Roar. The Great Golden Era Dragon also roared. He was a person of virtue and prestige in the Imperial Court, and Lin Ling was highly valued by the Imperial Court. He did not believe that his reputation and status were lower than Lin Ling's. After saying that, he looked at the people of the Grand Court County and shouted angrily, Your ancestor and I were close friends. Although he has passed away, you are half of my descendants. Today, as long as I am here, you will not die. Obviously, he was going to fight against Lin Ling. He did not believe that a junior could make waves in front of him. To put it bluntly, when he was cultivating, Lin Ling was still reincarnated. When he had seen the rise and fall of the two Qing emperors in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, Lin Ling did not know what the Stable District Divine Dynasty was. Men, kill Tai Shiju. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He was going to risk it all. He was assassinated, and his daughter-in-law was snatched away by the Grand Court County. This Great Golden Era Dragon did not come out to uphold justice. He came to collect the debt, but the other party was in the right and insisted on going against him. Then he would fight with him. Senior Zhu, please excuse me. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Bai Xiaoyang looked indifferently at the great golden era dragon. Although the latter's status and strength were higher than his backer was Grandma Wendao. Lin Ling's words were equivalent to Grandma Wendao's words. How could he not obey? Seeing him walk out, the Black Warrior Divine Manners Mansion Master did the same. Gradually, the 8th Jew Lord, Red Jade Tiger, Sunset Glory, and other ancient experts also walked out. This huge momentum directly suppressed the sky to the extreme. World essence went berserk, and the Azure province was filled with billowing smoke. No one expected Lin Ling to have grown to this extent. Was he still the genius of the resplendent academy? He was simply an ambitious and ruthless sovereign of the Qing prefecture. I don't want to die, I definitely can't die. Looking at the terrifying situation, Tai Shijue was so scared that he lost his mind. This was because he did not trust Elder Zhu. The main reason was that the Imperial Dragon Court only sent out one person. Obviously, the Imperial Dragon Court did not want to bother with him. Run! Only the sovereign realm sovereign of the Azure province roared. None of them wanted to die here. However, it was obviously impossible to escape from the hands of so many experts. Therefore, their gazes fell on the people from the Huang family. Sush. No one thought that they would flee in the face of danger, even abandoning their respective counties. When they caught the people from the Huang family, everyone finally reacted. Get out of the way or I'll kill them. Lin Ling, they are your in-laws, you don't want them to die, right? The two emperors were ruthless people, and they would do anything to survive. Chapter 2842. The Angry Lin Ling. Your Majesty! The people of Tating Commandery started to shout in surprise. Shut up! I, Tai Shiju, have sacrificed so much for Tating Commandery. But why am I the only one to be punished after offending Lin Ling? 5,000 years of solitary confinement. How many years do we have in our lives? Tai Shiju roared hysterically. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for killing them. Only the emperor of my commandery could not wait to leave this place. They took the hostages and retreated quietly in the sky. Hearing their words, everyone in Tating Commandery knelt down. Was this the emperor that they had worshipped all their lives? Their hearts suddenly ached. As for the golden great era dragon in the sky, he was also stunned. Previously, he had risked his life to protect Tai Shiju and the others. But now, Tai Shiju and the others had ignored him and the millions of people in Tating Commandery for their own sake. At this moment, he felt that he had helped the wrong person. Did I allow you to leave? However, Lin Ling's cold voice also floated out. Hee, Lin Ling, you are ruthless and powerful. I, Tai Shiju, am afraid of you. However, are you going to give up on their lives? Tai Shiju looked at Lin Ling ferociously. His palm turned into a claw and pierced through the chest of the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen, and was then thrown towards Lin Ling by Tai Shiju. If you force me again, I'll kill one more. Tai Shiju shouted cruelly as he held the remaining people hostage and charged into the distance. The middle-aged man's figure floated down from the sky, and the life in his eyes gradually dissipated. However, his weak voice drifted out, Father can be considered a man this time, right? This middle-aged man was Huang Yinger's father. Father! Huang Yinger immediately rushed out of the bridal sedan, and so did Huang Xianxia in the distance. They were already in tears. Ever since their mother's death, their father seemed to have changed into a different person. He no longer cared for them and left them to fend for themselves. Even when their families wanted to form an alliance through marriage, their father never objected. This made them hate their father to death. But before this, under the oppression of the major powers, their father had stepped out for the first time, and it was also the first time he had protected them. And now he was dead. But this time, he was no longer a coward. He was a real man. Father! After Huang Yinger and the others rushed over, they hurriedly hugged the middle-aged man. Their hearts felt as if they had been cut by a knife. I've let you down all these years. Fortunately, the heavens have arranged for an elder to take care of you. He will do better than me. A gratified smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. It was as if the matter that he couldn't let go of the most in his heart had been resolved. His eyes gradually closed, and Huang Yinger hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. "Save my father." At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly. He angrily stared at the golden Grand Era dragon in the sky. It was because of him that this tragic scene had occurred. Then, he shot towards Huang Yinger and took out a large number of treasures. He wanted to save the middle-aged man, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly because the middle-aged man's life force had already dissipated. Uncle Lin Ling. Seeing this, Huang Yinger looked at Lin Ling in pain and kept kowtowing. Her sister did the same. In their opinion, Lin Ling was their god. Lin Ling was omnipotent. "Father!" Lin Yi and Ancestor Din also ran over, but Lin Ling lowered his head and gritted his teeth in silence. He felt very uncomfortable. Although he had only met the middle-aged man once, the middle-aged man was Huang Yinger's father, and Huang Yinger was half his daughter-in-law, and his family. Therefore, he felt a little guilty that he couldn't save his family. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's arm made a bell-like sound. Then, the inconspicuous vine wrapped around the middle-aged man like a small snake. Rays of golden light sprinkled down, and the middle-aged man's lifeless face gradually regained its color. "Little Kunlun." Seeing this, Lin Ling was shocked. When did this little guy wake up? Moreover, those golden lights? Wasn't that the light he saw at the Copper Sparrow Terrace? Did this little guy have the ability to save people? Lin Ling was suddenly dumbfounded. However, Huang Yinger and the others thought that it was Lin Ling's doing. They kowtowed to Lin Ling and cried tears of joy. They also saw that their father was quietly recovering, and in the end he even coughed. Huang Xianxia was so excited that she kissed Lin Ling on the cheek. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly because he didn't know that little Kunlun had such an ability. "Take him to the back to rest." Seeing that the middle-aged man had survived the crisis, Lin Ling waved his hand lightly, but his eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. "Very well, you have completely angered me." His words were obviously directed at the golden Great Era dragon. "Lin Ling, I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen." For some reason, seeing the cold eyes, the golden Great Era dragon was a little frightened. He didn't know why he was panicking, but he knew that Lin Ling was going to do something crazy. "Yinger, do you hate those people from the Huang family?" Lin Ling looked at Huang Yinger, but Huang Yinger shook her head. She was simple and obedient, so she didn't understand the meaning of Lin Ling's words, but her sister was a smart person. She quickly said, "I hate them, they have been bullying our family." This time, it was Huang Jun's idea to let Yinger marry into the Grand Court Commandery. "That's good." Lin Ling nodded, and his emotionless eyes looked into the distance. "Senior Bai Xiaoyang, I'll have to trouble you to kill them all." "Ha, I've been waiting for you to say that." Bai Xiaoyang understood and disappeared on the spot. The Black Warrior Divine Mansion Master looked at Xian Linglong, and seeing her nod, he also disappeared on the spot. As for Luo Riyao and the others, they naturally understood Lin Ling's meaning. Tai Shiju and the others kidnapped the Huang family, but these people were obviously not Huang Yinger's relatives, so what did their life and death have to do with them? Lin Ling. The great golden era dragon in the sky also noticed Lin Ling's actions and knew that the hostages held by the Grand 10 Extremes were useless. "You shut up, because of you, my people almost died. Let me tell you, my people's lives are more precious than a commandery." Unfortunately, Lin Ling directly reprimanded him, making everyone's jaws drop. Now, who was the senior? However, what surprised everyone was that this time, the golden Great Era dragon didn't refute, as if he knew that he was in the wrong. Bang bang bang. Chapter 2843. Annihilation. His Majesty has passed away. Looking at the head, the entire Tating Commandery cried out in grief. Everyone knelt down. They did not expect that after so many twists and turns, His Majesty would not be able to escape death. His Majesty of Tating Commandery had been passed down for 10,000 years. People had guessed that His Majesty would rule for 100,000 years. Unfortunately, 10,000 years was his limit. "Lin Ling, you killed His Majesty." Then, everyone in Tating Commandery roared at Lin Ling. Their eyes were as red as blood. "You're the devil." "Oh my God, how did Tating Commandery offend a devil like you? You're heartless." Angry curses rang out one after another, causing the world to be filled with endless resentment. "Ha, curse, curse, curse as much as you want. You are a group of foolishly loyal people. Your Majesty caused this trouble himself, but you have to shoulder it. He even abandoned you before and left. Are you still feeling sorry for him?" Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed out loud. His blue robe fluttered in the air as he mocked the people in the world. "You'll die a horrible death." People were even more furious. "How pitiful, sad. I've said it before. My people are more precious than your whole country. My people almost died before, but I won't make the same mistake again." Lin Ling laughed even more wildly. He looked at the people as if he was looking down on the world. His gaze fell on all his family members. He was a devil? If people said he was a devil, then he was a devil. He only needed to protect those around him. Why should he care about the opinions of passers-by? Annihilate the commandery. When Lin Ling's last words were heard, all the curses disappeared. Everyone was shocked and stunned. Over at Five Ring City, the big shots were also stunned. The four great commanderies were ancient divine kingdoms that existed in the same era as the Great Green Divine Dynasty. They worshipped the Great Green Divine Dynasty, revered the Great Green Divine Dynasty, and became its allies. But now, these ancient divine kingdoms were about to be destroyed. The person who annihilated it was not an authority in Qingzhou, nor was it Emperor Qing. It was a junior, a young man who had turned into a demon for his family. The 6 armies had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. The rolling army finally moved out. On the periphery, the powerhouses of Square Commandery and the other 2 commanderies also moved out. They joined forces to kill all the commanderies. Today, the country would be destroyed. Laugh all you want. And in the sky, Lin Ling was like a demon. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and he spread open his arms, laughing at the common people. "How dare you!" The great golden era dragon was in complete chaos. Tating Commandery was half his descendant. Was Lin Ling going to slaughter his descendants? Kill! However, Lin Ling took a step forward and stood in front of the grand golden dragon. His tiny figure fearlessly stood against the ancient dragon. "You still don't know your mistake?" Because Vice Principal Gong pleaded for mercy, I spared the 2 commanderies. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only wanted the commandery's Majesty's order. But you protected them because of your principles, and in the end, innocent people were almost implicated. Now, the people of the 2 commanderies died because of you. Wake up. If you hadn't done those things, today's grievances would have been over. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, and it made the great golden era dragon stop in his tracks. His eyes were filled with pain. Am I the one who harmed the descendants of my best friend? The great golden era dragon turned into an old man. He held his head with both hands and seemed to be in extreme pain. If he hadn't shown up, Lin Ling would have only killed 2 majesties. But his appearance had given the 2 majesties the opportunity to implicate others, and Lin Ling was completely enraged. And Lin Ling, in his fury, had slaughtered the commanderies. Do you think I'll give you face just because you're an ancient myth? Open your eyes and take a look. After your arrival, who has more people in this world? Lin Ling roared at him. Hearing this, the old man looked around. All around him were Lin Ling's people, the Bright Academy, and even the Imperial Court. Not a single person from Imperial Censor Longting came. Obviously, Imperial Censor Longting thought that his status was not as high as Lin Ling's. Lin Ling's status in the Imperial Court was higher than his. I've already given you enough face. Otherwise, the moment you appeared, I would have killed you. Lin Ling shouted angrily again. In fact, you're very pitiful, but you're pleading for them? Do they appreciate it? They'll only kill more people. Do they appreciate it when I was lenient and intended to spare the people of Tating Commandery? They're calling me a demon. In that case, I'll fulfill their wishes. I, Lin Ling, am a demon. Lin Ling's voice was louder and louder. The great golden world dragon could only look at the dead people helplessly. Lin Ling, spare our lives. We were wrong. The people of Tating Commandery were all shouting. They regretted it and their hearts were bleeding. Lin Ling had given them face, but they didn't accept it. They were still unwilling to accept the death of their emperor. They seemed to have forgotten who was in charge of Tating Commandery at the moment. They called Lin Ling a demon, and Lin Ling became a demon because of them. Kill all of them. This was the style of killing demons. Sush. In the ancient Holy Kingdom, blood flowed like a river. The warriors who were watching from afar were frightened and trembling. They looked at the young man in the sky and finally knew how ruthless he was. This was an emperor who would not hesitate to destroy thousands of worlds for a peaceful place in his heart. The only people he cared about were the people around him. As for the people who participated in the massacre, they were soldiers. They were led by Lin Ling and only listened to Lin Ling's orders. Therefore, they were ruthless and they killed without mercy. Most importantly, they knew that Lin Ling was a man of principle. It was Tating Commandery who went back on their word first. If Lin Ling wasn't lucky, he wouldn't have been the one to die today. Lin Ling would have been the sacred place of the rainforest. Sometimes, the reason in the world was so simple. You came to kill me. If I didn't die, I would kill your whole family. Rumble. The earth continued to shake and blood stained the earth red. Countless wronged souls disappeared in the universal law and entered the cycle of reincarnation and the underworld. In the ancient country, wreckage and corpses were everywhere. Gradually, the screams and cries of pain became fewer and fewer. In the sky, the setting sun was as red as blood. There was only one figure floating there. His blue robe had turned into a blood-red robe. His long hair danced wildly and he was unruly. His gaze was firm, unruly, and proud. Even if he was haunted by countless wronged souls, even if he had killed too many people, he was still fearless and fearless in the face of the heavens. This was Lin Ling. Ling, oh. Father. Looking at the proud man in the sky, Ancestor Tin and the others had tears in their eyes because they knew who Lin Ling was destroying the country for. Moreover, Lin Ling had made the mistake of letting the tiger return to the mountain in the past. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't make the same mistake again. However, Lin Ling had shouldered everything, including the debt of blood. However, this man of indomitable spirit was never afraid. Chapter 2844. Congratulations from all the experts. At this moment, whether it was the warriors who were watching from afar or the ancient legends of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, they were all looking at the Tating Commandery. However, the ancient buildings that had stood for thousands of years had disappeared and turned into ruins. It's over, it's all over. There were only two people from Tating and Tating Commandery who were still alive. They were Sunbone and Luo Shathorn from Qingzhou. They had escaped. Moreover, they were not as popular as Lin Ling. However, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to kill them because they were experts from the Great Qing Divine Dynasty and had powerful giants supporting them. Therefore, Lin Ling's men could not kill them. But at this moment, their eyes were bloodshot. They had to avenge the destruction of their country. Lin Ling, I don't believe that these experts will always be by your side. Sunbone will kill you. Sunbone secretly swore a blood oath, and then disappeared without a trace. In the merciless world of martial arts, powerful strength was the main theme. Today, Lin Ling destroyed his country because he was powerful. In time, when he became the son of the true dragon, he would definitely pay with blood. This was also the principle of the world. As for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the others, they left with complicated feelings. Dead, they are all dead, Lin Ling. After the pain, the great golden era dragon stared at Lin Ling with hatred. His powerful aura burst out, and his golden dragon claws appeared and clawed at Lin Ling. It could be seen that he had already lost his mind and wanted to kill Lin Ling even if he had to die. Come and kill me. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He looked straight at him. At the critical moment, the great golden era dragon finally stopped. He did not dare to kill him. Now, Lin Ling was not just a simple genius. The relationship behind him was complicated, and it was related to the emperor's fate. Therefore, if he was killed, it would affect the whole situation. This was also the reason why the giants were worried. Ah! The old man roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could only leave into the distance. Lin Ling asked that senior to kill him, but he didn't dare to kill him. Lin Ling, who else could it be but me? The hearts of the people in the distance trembled. Today's Lin Ling made them see him in a new light. He even gave them the feeling that Lin Ling was a giant that couldn't be provoked. However, they also knew that the great Azure Divine Dynasty was as deep as the ocean. Lin Ling had snatched the Azure Thearcha's jade seal, and he definitely had other secrets. This made the magnates of the great Azure Divine Dynasty hesitate to attack Lin Ling. Before they could confirm everything, they did not dare to attack Lin Ling. Go back. Then, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Almost at the same time, the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers rang out. The huge wedding procession took the bridal sedan and headed off into the distance. The people were shocked. Lin Ling was still in the mood to welcome the bride? This wedding could be said to be the most extravagant in the history of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. While marrying his daughter-in-law, he's going to destroy the country. This Lin Ling! Exclamations of surprise rang out. The people had never seen such a heroic person. They could only say that Lin Ling was not someone they could provoke. Woo-woo! Lonely souls cried, lonely for eternity. The once glorious Grand Court Commandery had become a land of death due to the deaths of too many people. Those who were weak would even feel chills all over their body, as if they were being watched by something. They would be scared to leave this place. TSK, what a great grievance. The heavens and earth were silent for a long time. Suddenly, the sound of a crow crying could be heard. Then, a black shadow wandered around the land of death like the wind, adding to the horrifying scene. No, soul refining? Sir, please spare us. The horrifying thing was that the black shadow was wreaking havoc on the souls. It should be known that the souls should enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated. However, the black shadow had bound a large number of souls and prevented them from being reincarnated. Instead, it was devouring their souls, causing endless grievance. If Lin Ling destroyed the country, it would be too heartless. However, this person was obviously even more heartless because he was disrupting the laws of the universe and making the dead unable to rest in peace. My Son of Heaven's mandate requires the souls of the wronged. The sound of a crow crying could be heard again. It was cold and bloodthirsty. Then, a black shadow appeared, holding a broken jade piece in his hand. At this moment, the jade piece was emitting a black light as if it was transforming into a black jade seal. The Azure Emperor's jade seal. This was obviously another Son of Heaven's mandate. Killing one is a sin, killing 10,000 is a hero. In the past, the Azure Emperor destroyed 3,600 worlds in the east boundary and 1,200 worlds in the west boundary for the Azure Emperor's jade seal. How can I, a rising star, be weaker than him? The process of being crowned as an emperor has never been smooth. How can he be called the Son of Heaven if he is soft-hearted? After devouring the surrounding souls, the black shadow disappeared and headed for the myriad worlds. He was like a reaper from the underworld. Compared to the gloominess of this place, Second Ring City was extremely lively because Lin Ling's son was getting married. Many famous people in Qing Prefecture had come. Even though it was a joyous occasion, all the giants had to give face. This showed how important Lin Ling was in Qing Prefecture. In fact, many giants knew that this was only a junior at the true immortal realm. It was very likely that he had the Son of Heaven's mandate in his hands. Of course, this was only their guess. However, those with the Son of Heaven's mandate were not to be underestimated. They also had the chance to become the Azure Emperor. Resplendent Academy. Grand Council Hall. Acquaintances came to visit one after another, causing Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to be overwhelmed by the favor. Especially when he saw some seniors with white beards and walking with crutches. Ancestor Extreme Flame knew that in terms of age, he was probably one generation older than these seniors. Therefore, he respectfully addressed him as senior. because he knew that these fellows' lifespans were probably limitless. Who knew that it would have been better if he hadn't called them that? Once he did, those fellows who looked as old as Mount Nanshan all panicked. You're Lin Ling's grandfather, right? Heavens, don't call me senior. I should be the one calling you senior. That's right, that's right. If Lin Ling knows that you're bowing to us, he'll definitely kill us. Elder, please spare our lives. The seniors, who looked even older than Ancestor Extreme Flame, all waved their hands and pleaded. This time, Ancestor Extreme Flame was stunned. He really wanted to say that they were indeed older than him. However, when he saw that they were on the verge of tears, he held himself back. Brother Extreme Flame, in Qing Prefecture, strength is everything. Although they're older than you, your grandson is too frightening. He can destroy a country at the slightest disagreement. That's why they wouldn't dare call themselves seniors in front of you. Vice Dean Gong walked over and explained with a smile. I see. Ancestor Extreme Flame also understood. The so-called senior was actually based on strength, not age. However, when he saw a bunch of people older than him call him big brother or senior, his heart was filled with bitterness.